Fourth. All right, so there we go. So hello, internets. Everyone say hi to the internets. Welcome to another Paradigm Shift Hangout. Woo!
Hi,
Hello.
Internet.
Hey.
All right, so big shout out to everybody who's watching this either live or in the future. And I'm actually just going to post it up on Instagram in the next couple minutes as we multitask here. But in the meantime, as people and the viewers are getting synced up, introduction, this is, of course, hangout that is in place of the regular Paradigm Shift radio show that we normally do on Sundays, but this is a cool format that also brings a bunch of people together in one place to be able to take part in open-minded discussion related to consciousness shifting themes that we don't usually get a chance to talk about in normal public spaces. So things like astral projection, energy, dimensions, lucid dreaming, all sorts of cool things like that. And of course, my name is Brendan, and I am from London, Ontario, Canada, and I'm a part of Paradigm Shift London, and I'm excited to be here. And okay, this is what I was going to say. So let's all go around the circle from left to right. So the next, I guess, theoretically, AJ would be next on what appears to be my order. Hey, AJ, how's it going? Big shout out to AJ. Yeah, man. Your mic's a little low, I think, or maybe it's just me. I'm not sure. There
Yeah,
it is.
no, I'm gonna get off of this pretty soon. So.
All right, we'll figure it out. So we're gonna do a brief introduction here as I multitask and post some stuff through Instagram, and we're also gonna say 3 things that we're grateful for. So just say like your name, where you're tuning in from, and 3 things you're grateful for. So my name is Brendan from London, Ontario, Canada, as I mentioned, Paradigm Shift London, and I am grateful for the obvious, the present moment would be one thing. Grateful for the internet, being able to connect with amazing people all over the world, and grateful for the book that I'm reading. That's about Toltec wisdom that I can probably share with you guys tonight. And so it's about like exploring non-ordinary reality, so to speak. So very interesting stuff. So that's me, and we'll pass it over to. Does anybody want to volunteer to go next? I'll say that rather.
I'll go.
Okay, Shia, it's all you.
Hey guys, I'm Shia. I'm also in London, Ontario, Canada. And things I am grateful for: my eyes, my hands, and my heart. Without all of those things, then I couldn't experience what I am experiencing now and growing as a human, and it's pretty awesome.
Very cool.
All right.
All right, who wants to go next? Thank you, Shia. All right, whoever wants to
I'll
go
go
next.
next.
Go ahead. Paul, you go next.
Hi, I'm Paul, also known as Boggy Brighton. I'm from Heathrow, London, England, UK. I am grateful for the abilities I have to help others, for the opportunities I'm getting to connect with other like-minded people to create different things and opportunities, and the ability to be alive.
Awesome. Thanks, Paul. All right, who wants to go next?
Can y'all hear me?
Cody, we can hear you.
All right. As long as you guys can hear me. It's my first time, so. Well, I'm from Washington State, and I'm thankful for my family and my health and the things I got.
Cool.
Awesome. All right, who wants to go next?
I'll go next. Hello, I'm Tristan. I'm from also Washington State, and 3 things I'm thankful for are life, death, and the universe.
Thanks. Awesome. All right, Whimsy, Christopher, or...
I'll go. I'm
Go for it.
Christopher. I'm from North Central PA. I'm thankful for the infinite abundance of the universe around me, my creativity and my curiosity, which keeps things going. Things seem to kind of stop when I stop being curious, or they end up being in a darker place. I was there for a few years, and I'm also thankful for the ability to be here with all of you right now.
Cool.
Yay!
Yay! Cool. All right, who would like to go next? I guess it's just Whimsy or AJ. So one or the other.
AJ's got his mic off, so Whimsy.
My name's Lorelai, and I'm from Virginia, and I'm thankful for my family, friends, and my life.
Cool.
Awesome.
Awesome. Cool. All right. That's everyone? AJ will probably be back eventually, and I'm still just posting this to Facebook, on Instagram, I mean. But how this can work is that we can go around, and if there's something in particular that you guys want to talk about, I would love to just sort of go with the flow. Though I do have some particular ideas that we can use to get the ball rolling on this. So I'll just put it out there. Does anybody like prevalently have something they want to say, or do you guys want to hear my idea to get some thoughts rolling?
Yeah, your idea.
Do it up.
Okay. All right. Okay. So this is something where we can go around the circle again, and we can get some more thoughts and input. But basically, I want to be able to like ask you guys if like an alien like arrived on the planet and you were the first one to talk to them, what would you say to them? Or like what? So you can sort of divide this question. Like, what would you just say to them in general, or what would you tell them about like our culture in order for them to sort of like get a better understanding of it?
Dude, you're late.
You guys can just sort of jump in on this. I'm just multitasking at the same time, so.
Oh, well, my thoughts on that whole thing is see, I've been struggling with the actual definitions of extraterrestrials and the dimensions of being. Because I've had experiences recently where I'm still trying to incorporate them into a model of the world in which I'm experiencing contact with entities that seem to be of a higher dimensional order, that have access to information that seems to be the awareness of these individuals, these entities, is a lot higher than anything I thought was possible up until a few months ago. And so I'm not sure if they were, how to define them: angels, demons, extraterrestrials, stuff like that. And so my question would be, actually, I don't even know what my question would be. There's so much right now that it's like.
I have something to say to that, actually.
Okay.
Depending on who the alien is, I might say welcome back.
Yes.
That's a good point. Okay, go ahead, guys. Just keep rolling with it.
I don't want to say contacted, but I was I played host to one for about 20 years, so it just left a couple of years ago. So if it was somebody who is related to that person through that alien, then I'd ask how things are going. How's the family?
Well, I have a question.
What's that?
Well, it was interesting that it was interesting. Christopher said about angels and demons, about as like in essence entities. If we're talking about entities, would you consider ghosts as entities?
My thing is labels. Language seems to get in the way. You can take what the energy is, just like frequency, radio bands. You have the underlying field of energy and vibration, and then you take that raw data and you put a cap on it. You take, from this frequency range to this frequency range, we'll interpret it like this, and it means this.
Yeah, but that's what we do.
Right.
As human beings, that's the whole point. And in science, you aim to do that even more. Is try to define things, but the whole thing, or at least in certain philosophies, like in Taoism, in the Tao Te Ching, it says the Tao that can be named is not the true Tao.
Right.
Meaning that when you start pointing at something, skulls. One of the skulls, famous things he said before, or said by Bruce Lee, is pointing the finger towards the moon. Do not look at the finger because you miss all the heavenly glory. When you start describing stuff, you start actually missing the point. And you know, you're missing the whole thing. So yeah, that's the interesting thing, is that you look back at. I've studied theology, I've studied psychology, philosophy, a lot, and you look at ancient religions, you look at all religions, you look at especially ones like Taoism, especially ones like the Navajo, the ancient cultures. They talk about the alien gods, and they talk about gods that literally came from the stars. So that's the interesting thing. And when you even look at the Egyptian Egyptian thing on gods, they weren't originally gods, they were levels of attainment, but it was the way it was translated it into the word God, like in the Hebrew text of the Old Testament did the same thing. People did the same thing, is that they translated it as God created man in his own image. The original Hebrew text, as somebody who spoke fluent Hebrew said to me, it actually says God created everything in its own image. But anyway, I'm going off topic, so. Or maybe I'm not.
I don't think you are.
No, I don't think so
Yeah, it's vibing.
I mean, sort of the Buddhist and the Taoist thing is that it's all you. Is that, you know, so skulls. So the answer to the Skull's question is, when the alien comes down, I say, hello, me.
I like that.
Cool. Hey, can you guys hear music coming from my end?
Yes.
Is it okay? Like, it's supposed to be just ambient background music. Is that okay?
It's a little distorted.
Yeah.
If I change the volume, does it make any difference? It's probably like barely even audible now.
Now we can't hear it.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to see. Like, it's just, if it works, it'd be cool. Is that? You guys tell me.
You can sort of hear it in little bursts.
Oh, okay. Hold on. If I turn it up even more, then it's like probably more consistent. Does that sound?
Yeah, it sounds alright. It just sounds. I don't know if it's my headphones or not, but it sounds like it's got more treble than bass going on.
Yeah. I'll have to. I'm gonna check it on YouTube, but I'll probably turn it off in a second, anyways. But if somebody else has something they want to say, go for it.
It's all about
not...
the bass.
Wait.
No treble. Sorry. It's a song.
Okay. I'm not very knowledgeable about aliens and stuff, so if you guys want to talk about that, go right ahead. I'll just listen.
Tumbleweed.
My stuff is more like druids and earth stuff, so I haven't really been staring at the stars too much or paying attention to visitations or any kind of evidence or files or stories or anything. I mean, I am aware of them, and I've probably read a lot. It's just that it doesn't stick or connect for me because I haven't read enough that connects, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I saw. Go on, you go first.
I was gonna say, I think that it might have been a conscious decision on the part of my, for lack of a better word, passenger, not to seek it out, because then they would be found out, like before they were supposed to be.
Right.
So I still sort of retain it, and I'm not very interested in it. Who knows?
Makes sense. Makes sense. It's interesting that a lot of the stuff I learned sort of indirectly is through the martial arts I learned is that the Taoist martial arts is that mind, body, and spirit are very, very important. The three ones. So you don't just learn one thing; you learn all three. So,
Right.
and they're sort of to them the whole thing of, well, if you've ever seen in the Chinese temples, you ever seen the picture of the temples and you see the dragon dogs, they are said there was two beings that came to China. Well, they said that came to Earth from the stars, and one was the dragon dog, and the dragon dog literally brought the flower life, the sacred geometry.
Oh wow.
and that's very that's the whole point of the dragon dogs in the Forbidden Temple. They're literally saying, "Yep, these guys came here and they brought this," and then the other information was brought from the whole thing of the Taoism, which is like George Lucas basically based. I'm sure I said it a million times, so I'll only say it one more million. George Lucas, but in essence, based the whole essence of the Jedi on this Taoist thing, and the whole concept of acupuncture, feng shui, the whole meridian system, and the ancient knowledge. It was the meridians, the chakras, the auras, the Merkaba or Merkaba, and the tridial field are all part of the human condition, the human soul as such. But technically, it's all part of everything. Everything that exists. And on the Chinese side, that information they said came partly from the dragon dogs, the Fulong, and partly from these beings that were 6 to 9 foot tall with blonde hair and blue eyes. Which are meant to be the ancient Taoists that brought the information. And the Chinese didn't want to tell the West about this because they didn't want the West to think that their ancient gods were Caucasians. And the other interesting thing in China is that in China, out of everywhere else, in China is the one place, there's over 40 pyramids. In China, all covered in earth, hidden for the same reason, because most of these pyramids have at least the flower of life on them, if not other symbols. And they were said to be created by these ancient ones, the ancient Taoists. But the interesting thing for me, because I've seen quite a few of them when I've been to China in the past, been to places that very few tourists go. And the interesting thing is that you get everything from the Mayan style pyramids to the Egyptian style pyramids, and everything in between. It is like the interesting, or what they sort of say is that once there was this race that was everywhere that came from the stars, and they sort of populated everywhere, but it sort of died out. And because we all know about Atlantis, but that seems to be that was the catalyst for it to die out everywhere else, and for the information to disappear, rather than Atlantis being where everything was. It was once everywhere, and something happened in Atlantis that sort of made it disappear everywhere else. But that's only the version I've been told or heard about. So
there's something actually that I was going to ask you guys regarding this. I recently heard that alien races have been, obviously I was told they seeded Earth, that we are from them, except that there weren't just one race, that there were 4. What do you guys think about that?
More than likely, yeah.
I don't think there's just one answer.
That's why I said, what do you guys think about it?
I don't know what to think about it.
Well, you look at the ancient religions or all the ancient cultures. They all talk about they all talk about alien gods. But the interesting thing is they're not always necessarily. Some actually are very, very similar, but they're not always the same. So is that it's just like America just. It wasn't just the British that came to America, or the Spanish, or anybody else. It was a multitude of people, and the same thing. We're the third rock from the sun. Is in the solar system, and it could be a friend of mine wrote the a stop was the last was it the last fuel stop before Mars, and he basically. He wrote this story that he set it in England, and there was this little tiny village where all these travellers come because it's basically like a motorway petrol station, the planet Earth, and they all come and they intermingle, sort of like what eventually became, like in the old Men in Black stories where you see them all intermingle. But yeah, he sort of wrote that sort of story, and it's like you look at you look at the ancient drawings and the ancient stuff. There's all these different images. There's all these different. They were drawing stuff, but even in the religious stuff, you will in like Christian stuff, you will see UFOs in certain pictures that were
Right.
actually dictated. The whole thing of in the Old Testament about um, David, Saint David, the Star of David, is supposed to be about that. David was the only saint who ascended to heaven, whatever you call heaven to be, while still alive. And he, from the heaven came the Merkaba, the chariot, that came down and picked him up. And the Merkaba is basically the Star of David, the triangle pointing down, the triangle pointing up. But in a lot of ancient cultures, they actually see that as one of the levels of the 5 spirits, and that's also seen as 2 pyramids, one pyramid pointing up and one pyramid pointing down. And in Eastern culture, the pyramid pointing down represents heaven going to earth, which is yang, and the pyramid pointing up is earth going to heaven, which is yin. But
Now,
again,
now, may I intercede real quick?
of course.
From my readings, since we were talking about alien cultures, from one of the first ones in Christian theology or whatever, the Nephilim being a race of angels that came down. Genesis chapter 6 talks about the sons of God. If you look in the New International Standard Version, you'll see that it says Nephilim. Was one of the first ones that I can think of that were basically alien beings that came down, were children with the daughters of men, which were women, and they created the beings of the older renown, which were coveted as gods. And from that, then they were giants. So they sort of, when you talk about David, now Enoch was one that was taken up to heaven, as well as Elijah. And they were both, Elijah was taken by a chariot of fire, and Enoch they were the 2 that kind of like disappeared off the earth. But that talks about the wheel. Ezekiel talked about also having a vision of UFOs, of seeing different things that were going down in biblical texts. So I mean, there's a lineage, I guess you could say, from King David. Whenever he first started out, Goliath was one of the descendants from these Nephilim, that after the flood, the whole reason why basically God said, I'm shortening life down to 120 years instead of 969, as old as Methuselah lived, was because these beings had such awareness, and they had a mixture of alien and also human form, and they were able to live a lot longer than most. They got above themselves. So what there had to be a balance, and so there was a shift in that, and there was life expectancy was shortened from that time, at least from biblical text and biblical text state. So I mean, and that's just in that form. But then you have the Aztecs and you have the Mayans that also were visited as well. And I feel that a lot of ancient civilizations, in that sense, there is always, it doesn't matter if it's biblical, it doesn't matter if it comes from any ancient religion, there always is a sense of beings coming down from above and either giving knowledge or it being a thing to where they were exalted as gods, because that's sort of like what happened. And then there was a shift in that, and most of those civilizations just ended up wiping out. This ended up despairing on the face of the earth.
There was something that I was reminded of when Paul was talking about how it seemed sort of like a Men in Black intermingling. Everyone sort of stopped here for gas kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna mention those 4 races that were allegedly visiting our planet. If there were 4 or maybe more, who knows? But the consistencies and the similarities between the symbols from all different parts of the world, all around the same time, would you imagine that maybe they were 4 different races from the same planet, or were they so different that they were from different areas? Discuss.
Hmm.
The the science. Well, I'll throw this in. Science. Well, people go and say, "Oh, there's no sort of governments will say no such thing as aliens." They couldn't get here. Science pretty much proved it back. I think it was about 20 years ago that just in our galaxy alone, note that now NASA is sort of releasing pictures that in a one screen sized photograph, as in your screen you're looking at me on. There can be billions, I repeat, billions of galaxies within that one portion of the entire of the sky that you're looking at. What the mathematics is, what science and mathematics state that in our galaxy alone, the fact that there's billions of stars within our galaxy, the mathematical probability of there being a similar planet in the Goldilocks zone with either moon or moons stabilizing the planet, because you need the asteroids, or you need some sort of satellite to stabilize the planet to stop extreme weather conditions. For all these things to take place without something else doing an alien extreme to extinct the planet before life can actually evolve and cultivate to a standard of human or more, or our intelligence or more. They reckon there was between 600 and 60,000 in just this galaxy alone. So you go that, and then where people say, oh yes, but the speed of light, they can't travel the speed of light. Well, 200 years ago, science said that man could not go faster than the speed of a horse, which is around about 30 miles an hour, because on a horse, at full gallop, your bones have been shaken to bits. And the science at the time stated that man could not go faster than the speed of a horse because he would internally combust. He would blow up. And
Wow.
and you think up to what, 30 years ago, maybe a little bit more, I'm guessing, I'm sort of trying to remember here, quantum physics was a pseudoscience. It was only believed by a certain amount of people. Mainstream science said it was rubbish, that no, it will be disproved. So there are a lot of people saying is that the knowledge, like science and our understanding of the speed of light and the universe is not there yet. There's more information to know. So we say, oh, that we couldn't do it, and just because we couldn't do it doesn't mean somebody else could. And
Very good point.
when you've got it's like we're learning more. Science is learning more and more all the time, and this is what I'm very spiritual, but I love science as well. I like that. In essence, plugging something else, the whole spirit science is the idea is that if science starts proving, which it is, if science starts proving spiritual things, then you got like when people try to say, oh, hands healing, you have to believe in it to work. Well, technically, you have to believe in everything to a degree, but you are your own creator. And it was Einstein himself, and when they originally were doing the experiments, the whole reason why experiments are done as blind case studies is because they're at the era of Einstein and all the other quantum scientists at the time, back in the 1920s, were realizing that in the universe of the small, in the quantum science, is they were literally affecting the experiments. When they said this was going to happen, it happened. And when they had 8 people saying different things were going to happen, it all happened. So you are literally the creator of your own mind, and you are the creator of your own reality. And this whole thing now, the golden realm about people coming together, the more people that come together, like-minded minds, and say, yes, we want this to happen, the more it's actually going to happen. Because how news works and how media works, it works in fear. It works in, oh, you know, the terrorists are going to get you, the muggers are going to get you, Santa Claus is going to get you, and it builds up fear, and that's what society has been very much about, opposing opposites, good and evil, right and wrong, male and female. And women will never understand men, and men will never understand women. But there is a yin and a yang. Women have as much masculine qualities as men, and vice versa. Is that things flip, you turn, you change, and that's the point. And we're learning more and more. So when people say, "Oh, it's not possible," that's not feasible. It's not feasible now. It's not feasible for you. It doesn't mean that it's not feasible.
Or it
It's
hasn't already been done by somebody else.
Yeah.
Right.
Give that man a prize.
He earns a badge.
You get a gold star.
Awesome.
But hey, what do I know?
I like how you're talking about the science of certain things. It kind of brings to mind something that's been happening to me. My mother and I have been kind of at odds about religion and beliefs and spirituality for, I'd say, 10 years now, maybe more. About 10 years, yeah. And recently, there was a hangout that I was on, and AJ was there, and there may have been somebody else there that was here. I don't know. But anyway, it basically kind of opened up where I now am more firmly cemented on my path, and my mother is very much, she seems to be stuck in her Bible and just staring at the words and mouthing the words and saying the words, but not really living the way that she says out loud. And I was trying to explain to her that there are so many more things in the world than just everything that can be attributed to a Bible verse. And it's hard to get back into that. And I'm trying to show her, like, I've been posting things on Facebook about like science, like the cells, what goes on in your cells. There's actually a really cool video that I put up on Facebook about they did an animation of the things that occur inside your cells, and it's really neat. It shows all the different processes, and it happens inside every single one of your cells. There's one part of it. I think it's a protein it looks like it's going out for a stroll, and it's got this bubble behind it, and I can't remember if it's like fats or something, but it just looks really neat. And to say that science is not some of the stuff she says is a little, it's not really, it doesn't really go very well with what I can see with my own eyes, so it's hard to have that conversation. But knowing the science of things is like, modern day magic.
Are we talking about modern scientific dogma or the scientific process, though? That distinction needs to be made.
Okay. Well, for me personally, I did not know that there was a distinction, so thank you for that.
Well, the scientific method, is a process to discover things. You have a hypothesis, you test it, you form experiments, and then if you can reproduce those results often enough, it becomes a theory, and then it's used as a foundation.
Isn't
but there are certain
a theory
things
something that is not provable or disprovable?
No, that's a theory has been tested, and there's been results that have been reproduced.
Theories are also widely accepted by the public.
Yeah,
so measurable
hypothesis. A hypothesis is saying we think that this might happen if we do this, and then they test it, or we test it, and if we can get whatever results we get, then from that we can then go on to form a theory about the process. Which the theory is never complete. You can never have a complete theory because you can always add +1 to whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
There's always more to discover in the universe.
True that.
And that is actually that line. Thank you, because that's perfect. That's exactly my point that I was making. There's always more to learn. There's always more to discover, and
it spirals up and down forever.
That is a thing that I'm trying to communicate to my mom. Because it's like I have been seeking my path for 22 years. because when I was young and I was going to church, I was like, all right, this isn't making sense. I need I need answers to these questions, and my questions were answered by my grandparents and my mother saying, "Ask God." Well, God didn't tell me squat. Okay, I was
Well, he
young, and I
did.
was like,
Yes.
I'm like, okay, well, you know what? Tell me what the answers are. And at the time, I got nothing from church, so I was like, I'm not going to go back there. I'm not going to pay attention to Christianity. I'm not going to read the Bible. I want to know what else is out there. And you're right, I did learn. I learned from everywhere that I could find. I have been a seeker of information about every religion and path of consciousness that I've been able to find, and it's all basically taken me full circle because now I've got this wide open worldview of what
Right.
is out there and what is possible and what is there's nothing that's impossible, and
Mm-hmm.
and
There's a
having
lot of
that
truth in the Bible.
there is, and that's I'm just started reading it again because like 2 weeks ago there was a radio show that Brendan had, and then afterwards we had a hangout. It was my first one. What did we talk for 6 hours, AJ?
Yeah, it was a
Some,
pretty long time, and
some
there were some epiphanies
oh
that
my
blew
gosh,
all of our. I was
yeah.
wow. I can't even.
That's
It
exactly
was
what
an I
you
can't
did.
even
He
moment.
stood up and he waved his arms around. He's like, I can't even.
I can't even.
Couldn't even
It was
speak
deep.
anymore.
It
It
was
was
deep.
really intense,
It was
and
intense.
that it like I said it brought me back. But I'm also I'm my I don't like to use labels, but sometimes they're very easy to kind of pinpoint the basic idea of what's going on. And mine would be Zen Christian Druid. So it works
Cool.
really well together, and I'm just starting to read the Bible again, and it's like there's a lot of things are in there, and I've been reading a lot of fiction in my life, so I'm reading this like really fast, going, man, this needs some editing, and then I remember, it's pretty much been edited out the wazoo already, so it's like here is the summary of this sentence. It's a very short sentence, bam, there it is, and so you basically have to interpret it as yourself on your own path.
Yes.
So that is like that brings that right back. And like I said, my view of the world is so much larger than my mom's because she has not been through all these same experiences that I have. She has not sought out more information. So that's one of the frustrating things about talking to her now because she doesn't quite believe that I am like focusing on Christianity more now because she's all like, no, you were a witch and you were a pagan and you were this and there was Buddhism in there and you can't blah blah blah, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess I got to do this for a while. But then I thought to myself, you know what? I don't have to prove it to individual people what I believe. I just have to prove it to myself, and I have to just live that way. And there's no other way of saying that.
Whatever you believe is what you believe. It's your Tao. It's Tao means the way. It's your way.
That's right.
Right.
And that's what it's all about. It's finding your way. It's not
Right.
finding somebody else's way. Finding your way.
Exactly.
Yeah, I tried to
And that-
tell her that in a way that didn't make me sound like a jerk because essentially he sent me a message saying, oh, you need to do it this way because Jesus said this and you have to do it this way. And I'm like, Mom, I don't need to prove it to you what I believe. How do I say this?
I had
Stop judging me. She's all like, I'm not judging you. And I'm like, you totally are.
I had a conversation with somebody today, and it was a great conversation. He said, I'm having a really tough struggle dealing with people that that don't understand the Christian mentality. And I said, and the reason why I picked up my bag because on my man purse it says tolerance, and it has all the different symbols of every religion.
That is
And when it comes down to it, spirituality is just that. It's a spirituality within inside of yourself. It's the path that you start seeking whatever enlightenment, wherever it comes from, and what centers with you and what makes sense to you. And only you know where that sits. And sometimes people search their whole lives trying to find out what's quote-unquote the right thing. And the right thing is just what attributes to your spirit. And then once you find that, you walk in that, and then but you start realizing that it doesn't really matter, that everything if there's a belief system where there is a hierarchy, or there is somebody that you see that sort of governs over you, it doesn't matter what you call it. The energy source is still the same, pretty much in all like in that facet. And then you start learning how to play around with that and seeing where that leads you. And most of the time, I would say from experiences that I've seen with most people, the foundation of life consists of love, learn, grow, give it away, and that's it. And you know, whatever you gain from that, you know, you give it to somebody else because they see the joy within inside of you, because you've now found a oneness within inside of yourself that's been there the whole time, but it's now just been opened, and they want to have that understanding, they want to have that relationship. And the only thing that it basically boils down to is what makes you tick, what makes you happy, what sacrifices, because sometimes you do have to sacrifice certain things for spiritual growth. I mean, it's not the easiest thing, but sometimes you start listening to that inner voice, or that inner self that's speaking, and it might tell you to, you know, it might tell you to do something, and you feel led to do something, or, you know, for whatever reason. And once you start listening to that, it starts guiding you down a path that's sort of for you, and that's where spirituality is gained. And I mean, that's a beautiful thing.
Absolutely.
Bye, Cody.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I like a friend once said to me once is that is that the person you were with. There's a Taoist saying that says the person you were when you were 5, and everything you thought that was important when you were 5 is different to when you were 10, which is different to when you were 15, which is different to when you were 25, which is different to when you were 45, and so on. So in essence, your viewpoint, your outlook, everything you perceive will change because life changes. So your beliefs may change, or how my friend said it is that if your belief was your favourite food, would it stay the same for the rest of your life? You know, so what was your favourite food when you were 10, and is it still the same favourite food now?
Yes.
For me, it is. Yeah.
I love lasagna. Sorry, bro.
That's cool. But that means that's right for you. But it's the same with your. Some people's faith never or belief never changes. They stick to that, and as long as it makes you happy, as long as you are happy, as long as that is what fuels you, what makes you, you know, feeds your love, feeds your passion, feeds your inspiration. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Now people, oh no,
Beautiful.
you know, what about other people? But it all goes back to you. Firstly, it's about helping you and inspiring you, because if you can't inspire yourself, if you can't love yourself, if you can't help yourself, you'll never help anybody else, or love anybody else, or inspire anybody else. That always goes back to you. And some people will try to say, no, that's selfish, you must think of this over here. And it's like, yes, but if you're looking 8 foot in front, you might not see the cliff under your feet.
That's the truth. That's such a good word. Such a good word.
Hey, but what do I know? I know nothing.
You know what you know.
And I'll sing what I said.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Indeed.
And you know
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I said I was gonna say I had something I was gonna say, and then he got all excited and loud, and I forgot what I was gonna say.
I'm sorry, I'll do that. Just tell me to shut up. That works.
What I was gonna say too is that in finding spirituality, I tend to look for people that are spiritually centered, and find out what it is. I mean, it's just like anything. I guess even at a job, if you align you want to align yourself with people that you're seeing the fruits of the work that they've put in. And if they seem like, there's people that are religious, let's say, and they live miserable lives. Clearly, something is wrong. Clearly, they're just if they gain some sort of spirituality and it's working in their life, they wouldn't be so miserable all the time or spew such hate. It wouldn't be there. So, so on that wavelength, there's something that's just not meshing, at least for myself. I mean, I don't want to live my life miserable 24/7. I just don't. But if you find that you want true happiness, then wherever you see those people, I mean, I always ask questions. I'm like, well, I'm interested in knowing, like, what did you do to sort of gain that? How do you live your life? What are your sort of belief systems? And from what I've found is that it's pretty much a lot of them are all the same. The foundation is all the same, and that's beautiful. So
That brought to mind a line from a book that I read many years ago, and just the one line, I don't even remember what the story was about. It was a book written by Clive Barker, and the line was, "Every life is a leaf on the story tree." And I love that because every person has not just their own story, but so many stories inside that story that it would be impossible to hear them all. But to know and to ask, no, I think it was Everville, to know a person and to ask them, what is your story? It causes you to think like about your own path and your own journey and your own story and the story that you want to share with other people, because sometimes there are very personal sacrifices and things that you go through in your life that have made you the person you are, but there are other things that are comfortable to share with people that will maybe help them. And I think going through all of the stuff that we go through as human beings on this plane right now, it's very easy to get caught up in your own story and forget to ask other people what theirs are. But that was one of the things that I really liked. Like, that one line resonated, and it's been kind of reverberating through my life, is to ask other people what their story is and kind of, shut up, sit back and listen. Maybe I'll learn something.
Indeed. Always have an empty cup.
I like that.
Oh, that's a Zen. It's Zen. One of the stories of there was this student that came to the great Zen master, and the student said, he wanted to impress the Zen master by how much he knew about Zen, and as it is traditional in Japan, the Zen master had made tea, and he started pouring tea into their very small cups, and the student talked more about Zen, and the master kept pouring. The student talked more about Zen, and the master kept pouring, and it started to overflow from the cup, and it started to pour over the table until eventually it was pouring all over the student's robes. And the student said, "Stop! Stop! The cup is full!" And typical Zen, the Zen master whacked the student over the head and said, "Exactly. How can you know Zen when your cup is already full? First, you must empty your cup."
Awesome.
So it's a very
I don't
Chinese
know
and Zen saying. Sorry. Who was speaking?
Sorry, I don't know actually if my mic will cut out or it works, but I actually have a book, Zen Flesh and Zen Bones, and it's a collection of writings. The very first Zen writing in there is actually a cup of tea, which it refers to, and it goes, Nein, a Japanese ambassador during the Meiji era, received a university professor who came to him inquiring about Zen. Nein served tea. He poured his visitor's cup full and then kept on pouring. The professor watched it overflow until he could no longer restrain himself until it overflowed, and he restrained himself. It's overfull. No more will go in. Nain said, like this cup, you are full of your own opinions and speculations. How can I show you Zen unless your cup is empty?
That's awesome. Yes.
And I apologize for being late and everything, but I was listening on YouTube, and there's quite a few conversations I wanted to jump in on. With extraterrestrials, for one who is curious about them and wanting to make contact and stuff. I don't know what anybody else has to say on it, of extraterrestrials or anybody watching us, but over the time ending, they do get closer and closer. I live in Owen Sound, Ontario, so just north of us, there used to be a blank area on Google Maps, and when I was younger, my uncle used to be really actually interested in stuff like this. So he actually took me all the way up to this one lake where this actual supposedly satellite used to be from extraterrestrial or from space. And there was three of them. There was one on Greenland, there was one in Canada, and I can't remember the third one. But they're gone now, and the traumatic shift of when the past 4 years, at least, when these ships or satellites have left, the resonating pulse that they have left near Huron Bay, the gravity field is lighter, and the spiritual life force seems to be a lot more extravagant up there. Like the water. The water has I like to do water testing and everything, but the water resonates very, very pure the higher north you go. And with water and stuff nowadays, it's one thing that contains a limited amount of information, and it is an abundance that we do have, but we also have to be aware of it. It shows a lot. I don't mean to ramble either. What?
Rambling is good.
That sounds really cool.
Um,
I like hearing about water and different resonations and vibrations and frequencies. That's something that's very interesting to me right now.
I don't know if anybody is really, I live in the now, but understanding the change of the future and, how things work, synchronicity in itself, but how evolution works and how things do evolve, or the changes in consciousness, or everyone working together or against, Being one in unity is definitely one thing we're working towards, and we all know that we have competition out there and more, shining that light towards the dark, but with it, I feel the world itself will change for the better, and it won't change in a way that people will really see in a having to come together. The world is going to change dramatically, and I mean, water will rise. There will be, I feel, another rising of Atlantis, at least, if not the last records of Atlantia will be found in time. And with that, humanity itself is bound to find and come together itself. I give it the next 10 to 15 years, that we will have contact,
Contact with what?
It really depends. The different types of extraterrestrials that are out there, entities, could vary from a different thing.
If you got to choose, what would you hope it would be?
In all honesty, if I was an extraterrestrial, or if I was part of some sort of galactic, intergalactic, or whatever, if I was part of some sort of universal connectivity with the universe or something, any of that, I would probably send someone or a race close to being with.
Oh, did the aliens get him?
There is the
Oh, it's back.
I feel like, pardon? I didn't say that.
Yeah, go ahead. It just glitched out for a second.
Yeah, my mic cuts out. I'm out in the country, so.
Hey, have you ever opened your third eye before?
Say that again?
Have you ever opened your third eye before?
Yes.
And so create an inner vision and project your consciousness into higher realities, and you can actually speak with these entities that you're trying to describe.
Yes, lucid dreaming as well.
So you know they're already
Like,
among us then.
yeah, absolutely, I can do it.
Yeah. They're already here.
I'd
Yeah,
love to.
yes.
I'd love
They
to.
are. But
Well,
like first contact, I feel like if it ever did exist, would be something of the bounds of someone or a race looking close to human similarity.
I think what's interesting is like consider the opportunities for making contact in a non-ordinary reality, opposed to the idea of like them showing up here. It's the idea that we have to like go where they are, these other conscious entities. So like whether that be through dreams, primarily through dreams. But I mean, like, you know, there are like other like altered states, so to speak. But yeah, like really definitely like deeper meditative states and dream exploration, I think is an interesting thing. When if you're like if your intention isn't just to meet aliens, but it's to like establish some sort of communication with other dimensional entities, then I think like yeah, like the dream space is definitely a place to do it. Edward, I was kind of curious. You seemed like I want to hear from other people if other people have other experiences that they'd be open to sharing of non-ordinary reality or first-hand experience through things that they've had that have opened them up to the idea that like this perception of reality isn't the be-all end-all.
I've got one.
If your intention isn't just to meet aliens, but it's to, like.
All right.
If I may say one thing.
Go ahead, Cody. Yeah.
Hallucinogenics and psychedelics. My favorite being psilocybin, peyote, San Pedro. I know that's extreme for some people to look at it, but
gotta go straight to DMT.
Yeah, no, and you have to understand, but each level of psychedelic that there is, it's a different kind of ticket, it's a different way, it will show you a different door no matter what. DMT beyond itself will show you life and death. It will show you your death. You know what I have not tried it, but it will.
Yes, you have. You have tried DMT because your brain produces DMT when you dream. Yeah. Your dreams are hallucinogens. You're stoned off your head when you dream.
Yeah.
Or when you.
I've smoked DMT about 150 times over the last 5 years, and I'm real good at it.
May I ask you? No, man. May I ask you one thing?
Just guys, I'll just say like allegedly, like if you're ever talking, just allegedly, regards like or like your neighbor's zebra did it 500 times or something. But I mean, just keep in mind that this is stuff that's like recording on the internet for all of our security and everything like that. And I mean, I've talked about it plenty of times and everything. In like actual paradigm shift discussion groups, but it is an interesting topic, and it definitely connects a lot of dots. Like the topic of DMT, like just the information related to it for me, like when I found out about it, I was like, whoa, like this is like the missing piece of the puzzle that connects the idea of like higher dimensional reality with the tangible experience and the dream space in the middle, and realizing that like it's all that, and it's all just realizing that like it goes back to the simple idea that again, like we come from other dimensions, and like this isn't actually like our normal place. This is just like a place that we've created for ourselves so that we can experience it in this particular format. The place that we're actually more familiar with, but we just forget it, is like this super hyper-dimensional space. But there's a reason we don't remember it, because if we did, sort of spoil this experience. But
like
yeah,
activating
allegedly,
God mode inside the
allegedly.
video game.
I have an experience I'd like to share with you guys of non-regular reality, I guess.
Yeah.
For the past few weeks, I've been getting what almost feel like the best way I can describe it is that our world is like a snow globe, and every once in a while, somebody sort of gives it a little wiggle. And I'm usually walking or standing when it occurs, and it gets all like I'm walking upright, and then suddenly the whole world has turned, so it's actually feels like I have turned, like I'm gonna fall over. I have to right myself because I'm kind of getting back onto balance, but it's been happening more and more frequently the more that I interact with shifters and talk to people who are having different paths in their spirituality. And it happened to me twice today. No, 3 times. The first time I was on the bus and I decided that I wasn't going to sit anymore. I was going to stand on the bus, and I basically surfed the bus all the way to where I was going. So I didn't hold on anywhere. I just was because I surf, right? I learned how to surf in Lake Superior, and I haven't surfed in a long time, so I decided I was going to try it. But when I was sitting, I was feeling like, oh, life is not running properly. I got to stand up. So I stood up and I surfed the bus, which was fun. And I met a lady at a bus stop, and I walked in and she said hello to me, and it's just like it's that snow globe thing where I just whoop shifted, and it was like I fell over almost, and she was like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good." It's like it almost I don't know how to describe it, but like that's the best way I have is that somebody shook the snow globe. I don't know who's doing it, but it's like different directions that I seem to be wobbling.
You're jumping dimensions. You're going.
Somebody actually said that to me. She's like, "I think you're dimensionally challenged."
Sounds like it.
What's in
It actually I don't know what's actually happening, but I know that there's shifting stuff going on. I'm still working through it right now.
Well, you're in the right place.
Yeah, that's one for sure. I just love the books and everything from audiography, from everything from Tarantino, kind of practically. Yeah. And I don't know if anybody else has any authors that we follow, they love at all, but he is definitely one of my favorites.
Eckhart Tolle is really a good one as well. The Power Now, A New Earth, really good inspirational books. Yeah, I've been getting into that book, and it's really amazing, some of this stuff. I mean, Terence McKenna, of course, he's experimented with psychedelics and all that other stuff. But for practically, dealing, I noticed that for myself. You go through spiritual growth, I guess, at certain points, and one of the points that I've been trying to get to is just the death of ego, and that's a really hard thing for me, so
because you can't kill the ego because it's you.
Well, no.
There's this thing about people say about death of the ego. Think of it like the devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other. But when you look really hard, the devil is actually you. It's a mini you. Because if everything is you, and if the whole thing of modern day society wants you to see things as opposing opposites, right and wrong, this and that. We were saying earlier about science and spiritualities melding together is that complementary opposites. Everything cycles into everything else. So your ego is, I say a saying, everything and everyone is your seafood. Your ego is as much is like the bad guy, the mugger who tries to mug you is as much a teacher as the great sage, because the mugger trying to mug you, he's going, oh, maybe I should be more aware of where I am, or he's trying to scare me, and if I show him that I'm not scared, that'll freak him out, which it has done for me, and they disappear. And if that doesn't work, you use something else. But the whole point is that this thing of I hear it a lot, and it used to make me angry, and now I just get it that I just got to say is that you can't destroy the ego, because the ego is you. They know that you can't destroy energy. That when when you try to break down matter, it just breaks into smaller stuff. Science has proven that. Science is showing that you break it down. They think they found the smallest thing, and then they find something else. Then they break that down, and they find something else, and it's never ending. So the ego is the same. You can't destroy the ego. The ego is your teacher. It's another teacher. But the best thing with the ego is you do the opposite. If the ego is saying, "No, don't learn something new. Sit there. Sit down. Don't move," then do the opposite. That's how.
What if the death of the ego is symbolic, or
it is a symbolic thing, and the thing is that I feel, and let me maybe say it like this, and maybe I worded it wrong. What it is for myself as a person, I understand. We are always related to the I. This is mine. I own this. This property is something that I've obtained, and so we're feeding that sense of I have everything, I am everything, which is okay. But at that sense, sometimes we fill ourselves with just it all being about ourselves, and sometimes we take ownership over things, and when we lose things or things are taken away from us, we start feeling like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that this was taken from me because that was mine, or and it's sort of stepping back and saying that no, in all actuality, things, places, certain things, I really only play a part in that, but I don't have necessarily ownership over it, and that's sort of killing the ego and bringing yourself down to a level to where you're able to see beyond just material things, or beyond, and it's more of a spirit, looking at it through a more spiritual aspect than it is. It's beyond number one, exactly. It's beyond all about yourself, about it just being about me. Now, the funny thing is that there's paradoxes in that, because at certain points you have to be selfish for you. Some things you have to be selfish in if you're trying to achieve a goal, or you're trying to do certain things, and you need to grasp that. Going about that, going about the knowledge, or going about that with a humble heart, instead of it being that I'm always right, I know everything. And a lot of egocentric people are the ones that are religious zealots, that it's everything is my way, everything is right, this is the way that it's supposed to be, instead of looking at different perspectives and taking it in and seeing where that sort of attributes in. That's the reason why I feel like A Whole New Earth, it's really it speaks about how the ego, and even I was just thumbing through Ron L. Hubbard and Dianetics, and just looking at some of that stuff, which it sort of it correlates with a lot of this stuff in A Power Now and in A New Earth, when it talks about just those certain things that pop up that are naturally within us, and it's something that we have attributed with just ownership of I need this, and then we become like babies. And for spiritual growth, I feel that there needs to be a subtleness of I need to calm that ego down. I need to be grounded and centered in a different sense, and start realizing when I speak badly of people, or when I try and justify a reasoning, or whenever there's slander. I'm talking, like I work in a job to where everybody talks about everybody, and in the restaurant industry, and I think that's the way it is in life. Right? A lot of people will talk about other people to make themselves feel better, and that's because of their own insecurities. So just dealing with different factors in people's lives, it's you're feeding the ego in that sense, and trying to bring somebody else down. It's so it's just having that balance, and so I would say more of it being a balance, I guess you could say. But I'm trying to just walk into things as humbly as possible, and live in that, and be in the now, and see what use I can be without my ego stepping in and saying that I did this. Instead of saying that I did this, I was led to do this. This was, you know, and I'm that way. I'm kind of like not feeding it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Rather than
That's what I mean.
it was done. It was done. You know, what happens happens. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think I get the feeling, or it's just, yeah, like I say, it's a little bit of a trigger for me when people start talk about killing and destroying the ego. So if you consider the ego like a phoenix, and from the ashes something else, that or pardon my French, if you consider the ego is shit, and you turn that into manure, and from manure you grow something new. So, you know, is that from the char turns into chi. Char is negative energy, and yeah, so that's why I say about everything you should see through, and even your ego is, it's just interpreting it in different ways. It's
Well,
listening
but you need to have
in a
that.
different way.
You need to have that, and that's the balance. But the thing is that balancing that form and creating a new substance out of that. I was about to say, what are you grateful for? I'm grateful for all the bad times, because I really never got to say anything. Number one, I'm grateful for all of the screw ups that I've had. I'm grateful for all of the things, negative things that I've gone through, because then I can create. I have a place. I have a placement. If everything were to go well, I mean, I don't know if I would be able to get any higher because everything is already good. I need that negative. I need those negative times to reflect on, to say, okay, there's a balance to where, okay, now I can see where there's been some growth, not only within myself on a physical level, but on a spiritual level as well. So I mean, to embrace that is also something that I'm thankful for. Having the awareness to be able to understand that, to see it for what it is, and to make changes on that, and not be stuck. Uh, as a lot of people are, they're stuck in that and they don't see a way out. Having that awareness and having some tools to be able to get out of that is something that I'm grateful for. And then I'm grateful for the fellowship, and that is the everyday being able to talk to other people and feel like I'm not alone in this world, and get guidance from other people and spiritual leaders and everyday people and children, and just everything like that. It's a beautiful thing. So those are like the three things that I'm grateful for. Just speaking now, it's a little late. It's a little late, but
it's right on time.
You know, throwing it out there.
It's all good.
I love you all so much. So much.
Oh.
I really do.
Cool. I love you too. So no.
We love you too.
This is wonderful. The whole thing. Just this reality, this being here, discovering, learning, growing, playing.
It's great. It's beautiful, and this is the reason why.
Every moment.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful.
That's cool, John.
Yeah, and we share. I know that I share the same enthusiasm, and it's a place of comfort. It's a peace that comes over you, and it's not a judgmental thing, or it's not a. It doesn't matter what background you came from, but we're all here in love, and that's what makes this a beautiful community, and everybody should be a part of it. I feel, you know.
For sure.
So you ever imagine what it would be like to be able to see out of 4 sets of eyes and 2 bodies at the same time? Wouldn't that be awesome?
Wow. That is not a thing I've ever thought about, so I'm going to sit
Or
and think
what
about
about
that for a minute.
being able to see out of like
that actually,
groups at a time, like multiple bodies?
Because the way I was thinking of it was mythological. And there was an old ancient reading or scripture that I read, and I think it was human beings used to be made, or at least how they used to be in Greek mythology. They had 4 legs, 4 arms, and 2 heads.
Yeah.
So they had 2 sets. But
Origin of love.
Yeah, and when they betrayed Zeus or someone, Zeus ripped them in half, and forever they had to find their parting. other part of their body or whatever. Like I don't know how it went, but I thought that was
That was in
He's
that's
always,
sort of like the soulmate thing. It's
yeah,
where
I
Twin
think there's
flame.
yeah,
Yeah, okay, yeah, the twin flame. Okay.
looking for your other half.
That's been coming up a lot in my life, and just in the last week, just like pop all over the place. That is intense. I just had a conversation about twin flames this afternoon at a coffee shop.
I just had a conversation with my twin flame last night.
Ha! Awesome.
And I'm pretty sure this week I found my twin flame. So
Apparently,
I've encountered a couple of them. Those people that you mix and kind of merge with, and then you either you might grow but they don't, or you are at that time you kind of come together and everything is perfect and awesome, and then you realize what you have to learn from each other. And sometimes, I mean, most of the time for me, I've separated from those people and I haven't had any communication with them, but then had communications with them afterwards and realized it's like, well, we met, we got together, I went up and you went sideways, and that's your path. But some people, I've actually met one of them who has gone way down from even just the level that we were both at the time, and it's sad to see sometimes that their path took them in a darker place than you are specifically.
Be right now, though.
Yeah, and I'm just hoping for the best for both of them, because I mean, I know where I am spiritually, and I know where I am like as far as on my path. So I'm good with where I am right now, except that there's a lot of out of the comfort zone things that are kind of smacking me in the face. Like I said the last time, the cosmic clue by fours are all over the place.
I used that. Do you know how many times I used that like in a week? It was nuts. I literally stole it.
That's totally fine. You share that, man. Spread that around. That's a good phrase.
Gosh, it was
But
great.
yeah, meeting your twin flame. I mean, like this is information that I just discovered last night, that a twin flame thing even exists.
I think there's sorry, I'll jump in.
Yeah, like okay. There's a lot of synchronicity in my life. I'm going back and connecting the dots and going, wow, that is definitely what that was, or that's exactly what happened there, and it's really neat. Like this all happened just in the last couple of days. It's just like kind of smacking me in the face. It's like, all right, I will deal with this. Okay, go ahead, Brendan.
I was just gonna say, like, with the twin flame thing, I think there's still like a lot of I guess ambiguity or like misinformation or just like inconsistencies as to like what it is and what people think it is. Based on like my one way that was explained to me that makes sense in a way that's like not too airy fairy, I guess, or too like out there. Like opposed to saying, because I mean, like soulmates and twin flames, it's a different thing. Like twin flame isn't so much like a particular person as much as it is like being on a frequency level. And the idea is that you can see like a twin flame in anyone. The twin flame, from what someone else has told me, that like just sort of like made more sense for me, is again, it's sort of being with anyone in particular, but being able to recognize like why you are in each other's life, because the twin flame frequency is about like intentionally being there to help raise the other person up. So I mean, like if it's like twin flames, two flames, like each flame is like combusting and moving up and rising up. So like it's the awareness of like working on helping the other person become the best version that they can be. So you can have a twin flame who isn't like your soulmate or who isn't a romantic partner at all. A twin flame can be like, you can have multiple twin flames at the same time. So yeah, does that make more sense to you guys?
Absolutely.
I mean,
I like that.
That connects it way better for me than
I agree.
the way I understood it today.
Because if not, it's like the same thing as soulmates, and people are just like, what? Like, you know, like why do we have multiple words for the same thing or something? But yeah, that way just made it like a more clear definition for me too.
That was definitely.
That was good. Thank you, Brendan.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah, no.
Thank you, Seafood.
You're welcome, Seafood.
Actually, one of my favorite things to do is break down, or at least find the real origin of the original words of things. because I forget who said it before. It's like you guys were talking about entities at the very start, right? And then someone said, you know, entities being ghosts as well. Well, ghosts, the origin of ghosts can go back to Shadowlands, you know, like Greek words that define death. So,
Indeed. But what is death? What is death is interesting. You look, every religion and Christianity is had originally in it, and most religions had this thing of reincarnation, that you lived again and again and again in one form or another. Um, so you know, the whole point is that, you know, if you're living over and over again, then what is death? Is death just, the American Indians talk very much about death is sleep before the next life, is you move on to the next path, the next journey. So death is just literally a phase, and it's, you know, if you weren't afraid to die, would you? If you weren't afraid of death, would you live your life any differently? That's a question for you.
I know I do.
I already live that way.
Congratulations.
I've always thought of death as a transition, taking into consideration that the eternal aspect of who you are is not even human anyway.
Indeed.
You get lots of choices. When you go back to the spirit world and you reconnect with the higher aspect of your consciousness, it's like stepping out of the box. When you're in the box in your body, inside your body, it's, I don't know, strange, it's weird. I feel kind of stupid being human. When I'm not in my body, I feel like I'm a genius.
Yeah,
compared or relative.
And then you come back to the meat shell and you feel dumb.
Well, have you ever Indeed. Have you ever woken up like from a dream feeling restricted, like you're not stiff, but you feel like I feel restricted. I feel like I should be bigger than this, and suddenly, or the other way.
All week.
Well, the other way around is where you have either through meditation or through a substance or anything where you feel expanded, where you feel bigger than your actual body. You actually feel like, you know, you could be sitting in something or sitting in a room and you feel like you're squashed because your actual energy feels bigger than it actually is. Or maybe that's just me.
I've been waking up like that actually all week. Hi, Sarah. Hello.
Hey.
I've been waking up from dreams feeling like that, feeling like I'm like squished inside, like somebody stuffed my aura into a Kinder egg or something.
I like Kinder eggs.
I like the toys, but yeah, it's just like it feels like you're huge, but like you're supposed to be big and expansive, and someone stuffed you into a small container, and now you have to run around like that, like you're in a hamster ball or something.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna ask everybody on flying and lucid dreaming, or waking up from your dream. Has anybody ever had different experiences waking up from their dream?
I have a question before you guys talk about that specific thing. I want to know what is lucid dreaming? Because someone came into the store the other day and just fired this question at me, and I just went,
All right. Can I tie this in a little bit? Just a teeny
go for it.
bit.
Just go for it.
All right, we discussed this last time. I don't think that anybody else is in the room. We were talking about it.
It was me and AJ.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Awesome.
All right. Lucid dreaming is the act of being aware that you are dreaming, and being able to understand a dreamscape, and being able to, at some point, doesn't happen all the time, but somewhat work on within the dream, being able to control yourself in the dream. So, like, for example, and I'll get into what you were talking about when you were bringing up flying in the dreams. One of the first dreams that I had when I remember I flew, I watched Superman for the first time, and I kept singing the song over and over again in my head as a kid, and I remember, and it was self-hypnosis, but as a kid, I didn't understand what was going on. So when I had went into the dream state, I remember leaving my front door and ripping my shirt open, and I had the S, and I was able to jump in the air and fly around, which in the dream state, I was able to feel everything, which in future, I went skydiving thinking I was going to feel the same feeling, and you don't. So just in case you ever skydive and think that you're going to feel like you're flying in a dream,
Yeah, yeah.
that's not the case. Okay, so
No,
that's not the case.
just
I remember to open your
that's all it
parachute.
is.
So when that happened, I've been such a lucid. I dream more lucid than most people do. I've had more dreams in my lifetime than I think than most people on a regular basis would have. Especially when I was younger, I would have 6 to 7 dreams a night, and they were all lucid. Not all of them good, not all of them bad. But it's one of those things where I've like you were talking about. I would wake up. There were dreams to where I would wake up and I would know that I was awake, but I wasn't really able to move as much as I would like to. And then when I did move, I realized that I was in the same room in the same structure. I could see everything exactly the way it was supposed to be. And then when I would move, I realized that I would move a little bit slower. And then I started realizing that, oh my gosh, I'm not awake yet. I'm still within the dream. And that would happen sometimes 4 times a night. Like it would, I would think that I'm awake after being in that scenario and going through a dream cycle, and then wake up and then be in another dream. And so my sense of reality was skewed because I didn't know what was reality. I didn't think that I was going to wake up from this reality that kept going on and that I couldn't get out of. I knew that I was in dream state, but everything was so real that I was like, okay, this is another world, but I can't get back to normal world. Normal world is non-existent right now. I'm stuck here in dream state, and it's a scary thing. Like I experienced a lot of that stuff. It's a scary thing, and I remember going through that a lot when I was a kid. And if it was nightmares, I would have to replay. I would have to go through another set of nightmares or go through another set of events. And so I didn't want to go to sleep. I was scared because, not only was it that sense there, but then there were some times where I was dealing with demonic spirits within my dream, to where I had to battle, and I would wake up with scars, or I would wake up, I would wake up with almost battle wounds, and I had gone through a battle within my dream, and I shouldn't have to do that when I sleep. Like I was like, this is not normal. This is not normal. And so my parents were wondering if something was wrong with me, because it wasn't a trained thing. It was just my natural sleeping cycle. It was 100% normal for me, and I had to eventually ask, because my nightmares are so real, and I had problems with my nightmares, that I had to ask my higher power to take them away from me. And I was like, I don't care if you take away my gifts, take away everything. I would rather you take away all my gifts, and I'd rather not see anymore. And that's what happened. I lost my gifts, and I lost the dreams. And then slowly but surely the dreams started coming back, but I haven't had a nightmare since. But I lucid dream all the time. But in lucid dreaming and learning how to, a lot of people, I feel, just like I was mentioning, listening or associating something, like with flying, associate it with a song like Superman, or listen to the song over and over again in your head, and you're programming your mind to get ready to be able to do something that you're associating with flying. So association works very well if trying to program your mind, your subconscious, into doing something that it needs to do within a dream. There's other techniques that you can sort of do. I mean, for astral projection, which I didn't know that I was really doing astral projection at the time, but I knew that I was able to, when I closed my eyes before I would go, like while I'm going to sleep, there would be a sort of ring, a sort of like a gray cloud that would go, like if it was like, if you're looking at the third eye or from your forehead, the gray cloud would go from the distance, and I would draw it into my third eye area. And as a kid, I guess it looked like a tunnel. So I wanted to bring the cloud closer to me. So I would just kind of draw it in, and it would have a vibration. So the vibration would start slowly, and then the cloud started getting thicker, and it started moving a lot quicker towards my face. And then once it got to a certain point, it would all be gray, and then a humming would happen. And when the humming would happen, it would get louder and louder. And I realized that my body was paralyzed. And then it got to a point where it got so loud that I got scared, and I would always jolt myself up. And then one day I just released it, and I was able to leave my body. But those are all things that you kind of play around with. I mean, I figured it that a lot of this stuff I figured out on my own, but those are just some of the techniques that I use to do it on my own. I don't know if that helped.
Definitely, definitely did.
My friend told me the one favorite way she likes to do. She draws a dot on her arm or her wrist or something like that, and then if she
lost you.
Oh, we lost you on that one.
Yeah.
Cody? We lost that whole. He said the friend, if there was a dot on the arm, and then after that it cut out, so we missed that whole part.
Well, she would draw a dot on her arm, and then before she would go to bed, she would keep reminding herself, I drew that dot on my arm and everything. So then when she would be dreaming, and if it was lucid dreaming, she could see that dot and be like, I brought it in. She brought herself into the lucid dream.
So is that like a... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I was done, sorry.
Is that like when you're in a dream and then something happens, you're like, wait a minute, that's not how it is. It's like this. In the waking world, it's you acknowledge that things are different. That's realizing that you're lucid dreaming. Is that what
exactly.
Well, see, back to what AJ said the one time. You said when you lucid dream, you kind of feel like everything's slower. When I was a child, I used to daydream all the time, but I'd catch myself almost in a lucid daydream where I feel people were going at a slower time. People were moving slower, things were happening slower.
I noticed that in lucid dreams, now it doesn't happen very much now, but as a kid, especially if it was a nightmare or something that I needed to move quickly, everything else would be going normal speed. Oh, don't trust me, everything would be fine in my lucid dream, but I was moving slowly because I was trying to will something to I wasn't going with the flow of things, and because fear had set in, the subconscious sometimes when fear sets in, it's almost like your subconscious is reacting.
It wants to slow it down so you can perceive it better.
Right. But it's not slowing the action down, it's slowing your spirit down. So where everything is moving quickly, I'm running slowly, and whatever's happening is bound to happen. But once you let go of that, then is when you can start, and it's so crazy. But and now speaking about it, it goes with the facts of life. Once you slow down, once you realize that you're moving slowly in a dream state or in a lucid dream, if you're trying to get away from something, if you let it happen or you stop and then you change your dream's construct or you have the time to think about how you can change the situation, it will usually work to your advantage more than you trying to run away from it. It's so weird, but I noticed that in my dream state. Now I don't know if that's everybody else's, but
I've done that, but not knowing it's a lucid dream. Like I think I told you about the dream before that I had about the werewolves, and we were in this mansion, and I remember recognizing that it was a place that I've been before in my dreams. It was a location that I've been frequently, and there were werewolves that were eating people, and they were just lined up, ready to go, and they just would walk up to the werewolves and they would eat them. And I was like, no, it's not going to happen here. This is my house.
Right.
I just walked right past them and it was fine. But that to me sounds like that's what it was. Is that I was aware that I was in a place that I'd been before and I was totally cool, like knew that I'd be safe there.
Yeah, I mean, I've had dreams where the structures are all the same. I've had dreams where, I mean, this is the same conversation that we were talking about last time.
And we had so many conversations in 6 hours. There's a lot of information that.
Well, after you guys got off, John and I ended up speaking for a while, and then we got into the dream subject, and then it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good topic. It was really good.
Okay, so now I've got some information because the person who came into the store and asked me, how do you lucid dream? What do you do? I was just like, I got nothing. Now I have something at least to tell him when he comes in again.
Well, you have to. It's all about programming your mind. I think that for me, lucid dreaming happens naturally, so it's hard for me to really give technique.
It.
Right. I mean, it's just what I do. But I think that when I first started, and going from that basis, drawing intention before you go to sleep, or meditating on something that you want to dream about, is telling your mind to dream. It's telling your mind, be aware that you are dreaming. I am going to be awake in this dream. I'm going to be able to perceive everything that goes on in this dream. I am able to change things in my dream and be aware of my consciousness inside of the dream. And then you program whatever you want to dream about. And this might take time. It might take more than one time doing it. What I would suggest is whenever let's say you wake up, or let's say you go to sleep and you wake up, what I would do is when you wake up, your body is groggy, your body is heavy, and it's really easy to slip back into sleep. That's the prime time to start really programming what you want to dream about, what you want to create, because what's going to start happening.
Awesome.
What's going to start happening is that the mental pictures that your mind starts creating, you're going to start thinking about. And when you start thinking about things, your mind creates mental images. Well, now you're starting to create a construct for the dream. So when you start closing your eyes and going back under while you're meditating or thinking about that, you're dropping into that dream space. That's something that you're obtaining, but by creating it yourself. And so that's another way to easily transition into that dream state, as well as dream or take a nap during the afternoon.
Yep.
Afternoon is the most peak time when you're going to have the most lucid dreams, if you are going to dream and remember them. Anywhere between the time of 12 and 2, if you were to take a nap and you were just to kind of like rest and go to sleep, for some reason, because you're active usually at that time, your body is used to being awake, so it's not going to go fully asleep. It's still daytime, so your mind is going to kind of be more alert than what it is on total rest and going into the delta range. You're still kind of like in a beta theta range, and you're holding it there, and you're just kind of, you're in between that state. And if you do the programming in the afternoon, you'll notice that you'll start having more lucid dreams and being able to play around a lot more with the dreamscape. Because it's there for you to play with. It's there for you to learn about yourself. It's there for you to grow. It's there for you to have fun. It's there for you to have sex. It's there for you to do whatever the hell you want to do. Really, it's your playground to do whatever the hell you want.
It does take a lot
virtual
of
reality.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
It does take a lot. I noticed it takes a lot of energy, a lot of mental energy and practice to like play around with stuff and like keep it going.
No, I agree. Oh, go ahead.
No, somebody said, "Can you hear me?" So,
oh yeah.
AJ. We heard
What's up,
you.
Andy?
I feel like culture itself nowadays, like culture by how it's been forever, has really implicated on how we're affected. You know what I mean? not just like TV and stuff in the media, but like just how we're raised and stuff. Um, that like definitely I forget who it was. I apologize there, but I don't know how many people have been to church, being a child or anything. Um, but like for me, my experience was, like I was forced to go, but I was brought on by my parents to go towards church. But with that, my own intentions, when I got old enough, my mind opened up. You know, I found out I I went away from the church itself to find my own path because, like there's so many things that, religion or culture around you affects, like um, sharing energy, you know what I mean, for like even sharing energy sexually or any of that, it's really confined and put against. So,
Oh my
but
we were talking about that earlier. I mean, my dad's a minister, so definitely when church was
that's fun.
something.
My dad's a minister too.
Yeah, and I've read the Bible, and I connect with my higher power, and I will call him God. But what I've also found is that God is in a lot more. What religion does is place God in the box and says, this is strictly exactly how this is, and He is no more or no less. And there is such a broader realm, because if we can't understand, if I look at it like this, if we don't have the understanding of the full universe yet, and yet we feel that we understand God to the point to where we have a grasp of exactly what He is. If He created the universe and we know nothing about the universe and are still finding out more, is God not the same thing? It
Right.
just doesn't
Right.
it just
How can
doesn't
we
make
say we know
sense.
anything about God? Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to me. But that's but I think that's humanity's. I think that's the
Spin on
downfall.
it.
That's the downfall of religion as a whole, is that everybody wants to be right in what they feel, which if it's right to you, then it's right to you. With the expansion of everything, though, it's all inclusive, and there's a balance to everything, and
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
go ahead.
Well, AJ, here's the thing. I didn't tell you guys about this, but like, here's also one of my experience when I was actually being a Christian, because I was actually raised Roman Catholic, and the thing is half the time I was actually forced into church, and sometimes if I don't go to church, my grandmother beats me up several times, and yeah, there's there might be certain scars on my head, and just because or even in my butt before, because they spanked me really badly. And one of the few things that they usually tell you is that you have to recite what do you call it? What is it? Is it the Apostles' Creed? Am I right? Yeah. Basically, you have to recite that every time when you go to church every Sunday. It got to the point where I personally had to ask myself, okay, if God is a father figure, why would He punish His son or his daughter or his child again by promising eternal hell? Like, literally, that's something that I bet some of you Christians here can agree with me on that. Like, why would you have eternal hell? That doesn't make any sense sometimes.
It wasn't originally in the Bible. Before that, it was purgatory. Then you went through this a tunnel or phase of
Oh,
redeeming.
exactly. Like, trust me, Paul. Like, that's what I just don't understand. Is like, if you have purgatory, then why do you need hell in the first place? It doesn't make any sense. In fact, if you were to look at every criminal in this world, in fact, even I work with little kids, and half the time they're just misbehaving just because they just feel like their needs aren't met. And yet, when I go to like a religious organization, the first thing they say to that child is, "You'll burn in hell." Just because somebody, just because that child just acts up. I mean, why would you do that?
That's because certain people, in reality, it doesn't matter what religion they are or what culture. There are certain people who believe in opposing opposites, believe that things are good and bad, right or wrong, male or female, this or
Oh
that,
yeah, trust me.
and therefore they want to stick things into a certain category, and it works easier when you can do that. When you have a fear factor, if you don't do this, this will happen.
Right.
And our culture does that. No, not just
Yep.
religion. Our culture
Oh
does
yeah,
that.
trust me. Yeah, and AJ, like to be honest with you, man, your experience with the blackouts, those moments, I actually had those moments when I was actually 4 years old, to be honest with you. That's how I got myself into special education at an early age, because I just somehow had that moment when I walked into like the classroom. I got blacked out several times where I look around and say, okay, who am I? Why is this hand? Why am I having this hand? Why is my head is so big? You know, it's almost like as though I had that self-concept.
I don't know if I had a blackout per se. I don't know about that,
But
but
like that's what I always ask myself is, who am I? Why is my hand so big? And like, is this belongs to me? What if I can stretch it a little further?
Are you talking about in dream state?
It's almost like as though I don't know what's the difference between a dream state and a real reality when I was 4 years old.
Yeah, I went through that. But it was from being in a construct of being being in my waking life, I guess you could say, to the point to where I just couldn't wake up. And
Yeah.
in my dream state, what seemed maybe in regular life, that's the reason why the movie Inception is one of my favorite movies. In the time period of maybe an hour in real life would be 8 hours in my dream, or it'd be 6 hours. But after that 6 hour time period, I'm ready to wake up. So when I feel like that dream is over and I awaken from that dream and I realize that and I'm back in my room, everything looks the same. It's about the same time that it would be if I were to wake up from the dream. And then I realize that I'm in another dream and I have to go through another 6 hours until this dream is over, and then I wake up and I'm like, okay, finally, I'm out of this. And then I have to go through another 6 hours. That starts wearing on you. You start losing your sanity starts going at a certain point because you feel like, have I died? Is there something that has happened to me to where I can't wake up? What do I have to do with inside of this dream to cause myself to not, like, after it's over and I think that I'm awake, how do I switch that to where I really am awake? Or what is being awake at that point? Like, you start going, it slowly starts wearing on your mental stability. It really does. And then it's not fun anymore. Then it's not fun. You're like, this I'm out of control on this one. I can't, like, usually I have control in dreams, at least to a certain extent. But when you're out of control and it's like there's something else messing with you, saying that, I'm going to keep you in this state for as long as I possibly can. That's when it doesn't become fun. It's not cute.
But there's also, you have to there's a good side to every bad side, right? There's always something positive to it. And I've always found, going through turmoil or times of suffering, like my life has been what it's been. I, like, at a young age of 17, I was on my own. So with that, it causes you to, expand yourself, in a different way. And also you build yourself too, like, from a young age, like, I found out so many different things, and I explored so many different religions, through so many different journeys. I met different people. Like, I used to just go to a random not a Chinese restaurant, Indian restaurant, until one day I got to know the owner so well, that he handed me a copy of the Quran, and he told me, I feel like you need to read it. So, me being me, reading the Bible, being how I was raised up in church, I go and read the Quran, and then I see that in the Quran that his name pops up more in the Quran than it does in the Bible,
Right.
And then it makes me question, what about other things? So like through the whole path, it's made me really go kind of go on a whole journey in my whole life to be a truth seeker, to find the real meaning of life.
And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm proud of you for being able to figure things out on your own. That's when it says you take a personal walk. It's your personal path. That's what it's talking about. That's what it's talking about. It's talking about what you're doing right now.
Yeah, and as I was trying to kind of put in is, as you were saying, like sometimes where you feel like you're going through so much and then you're just like it's not fun anymore. I feel like that at times too, but then I'm also thinking in the back of my head, this is just a giant lesson, or this is something where I'm being handed down or put on this path to learn something from it, The one thing I've learned from my life, the honest and best way to educate is to educate from within, to learn from yourself, right? So it's one of those things.
Yeah, I was only speaking about that in dream state, just waking up from a dream and being within another dream, and being in another dream, and being in another dream, and you don't. That's what I was speaking about in that context. But I totally get it, because even in that aspect, with me going through something like that, because not a lot of people have been in a situation like that or can relate to that. If they hear somebody speak about something like that, they feel that they're not alone in the situation. They feel like, oh my goodness, I'm not the only person that's done that, or I'm not the only person, which is a lesson to be learned. And that is, I had to go through what I had to go through to be of service to somebody else that might be going through something. And so every negative situation that I've been in is a positive in another aspect. If you want to look at it that way,
Something you just said, AJ, you really just made me want to say this. It's actually something that I decided about a month ago, and that is I want to be for others what I never had.
Yeah.
I want to be the person that they can know that I support them, and that I will help them as much as I can, and listen to them even if they just need to talk, because I never had that going on my own journey up until now, actually, like, so 22 years so far, going through that. And now I find that I've got people coming to talk to me from all different ages, all different paths, all different walks of life, people who are not spiritual suddenly coming to me and saying, I just realized I've been doing it all wrong. It's like, oh, okay, well, what do you want to talk about? But that really brings it back. It's that I try to be, because of my open-eyed worldview now, I want to be in service to others with this more information that I've got.
That's the one part in what I was saying about being grateful. But the one thing is giving it away. That's the giving it away aspect of just sort of, it's, if something is doing your life a great deal of, if your life is coming together and certain things are happening and there's awarenesses that are clicking, it seems like the universe, it's funny because you don't ask for it to happen. The universe says, all right, now you're at a place to where I'm going to start sending people your way. Or they'll ask, somebody random will start asking you questions, and you're like, wait a second, what is this? Like, what? Why am I even? But I gave you, but then this is what I hear in my mind, but I gave you the tools to be able to teach.
I had something like that happen to me yesterday, actually. That's really funny. I laughed pretty loud there. I was sitting at the spirituality store here in London, and I don't remember what I was doing. I think it was doodling or something. And this man walked in, and he had more energy than any living human being I have ever met in my entire life. And he was just, the minute he stepped through the door, he was like, hey, how's it going? I want to get this, and what's for this, and what does this do, and how much is this? And just, it was like a cosmic pop quiz,
Mhm.
asking me all of these things, and it really like made me have to think on the fly, like be instinctive and be intuitive immediately
Mhm.
and give him answers. It was just like
Right.
the universe just threw it at me. It's like, how much do you actually know? Like,
It's
whoa.
and it's a test, and you feel like it's a test when it's going on. It's like, okay, I know you're there. I know you're trying me right now. Let's see how I do.
And I
And
didn't
it's
catch it as a test right away. It was
but
only
you
like
feel it
after he left,
after,
and then I was
right?
like, whoo. But
Mhm.
the cool part about that is that his energy was so high that I absorbed it, and so I was like
Mhm.
vibrating. And I'm
That's
sitting there going,
awesome.
whew, I can't handle this. This is too much. So I smudged a bit, and then I went over to the store next door, and I went into the bathroom, and I realized that the lights were flickering. Like, they were going super squirrely. And all I could think was, I have to tell them that their lights aren't working. And then it occurred to me, wait a minute. This might be happening for a different reason. Like, maybe there's just way too much energy in this room
Mhm.
at the moment. So I turned on the cold water, and I put my hands under the water, and I just imagined all of this excess energy from the top of my head and the bottom of my feet coming out through my hands, and the cold water washing it away. And it
Mhm.
took about 10 seconds, and then the lights went bloop, and they were fine. And I felt totally calm, and I was just
That's
like,
cool.
okay, that was pretty cool that happened like that
Right.
fast. But
That
Mhm.
then
was you
after that,
phasing.
it basically, I was thinking about it, going, that was definitely a quiz of some sort, you know, testing me and seeing what was going on. But at the time, I was just like, whoa, this dude is super rapid energy, man.
Well,
Yeah, and it's so funny. Go ahead, Paul.
I was just going to say, is my translation of that is it's the universe giving you a burst of energy and see what you do with it. And
Red Jack.
and
I
and
took what I needed, and I got rid
yeah,
of the excess.
yeah, ding, get a gold star.
Here, do you guys want? Let me show you my crystal wrap that I did.
Is that a carnelian or a jasper?
Red Jack. So
Oh, cool.
it's just like a simple wrap, but like Shy, I want to do like the same technique for like a bunch of the small crystals at the store, and then we can just like have them available instead of like this costing more money. People can just get it, cheaper.
Yeah,
It's,
that's a
That's
really
really
simple
good.
thing, and
Get
it's
them
really
next.
good. It's got like a four element sort of feel.
It's reminiscent of the one that I have around my neck right now, and it's not a. This one's done in silver, but I mean, it's beautiful. I need to get into wire wrapping. That's another thing that I really would love to do, and I saw that you had picked that
Yeah.
up, Skull.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if my camera's gonna cut out or go wonky, but yeah, friggin' Skull, you made me wanna do one the other night, so I wrapped my one Rufus.
Nice. I don't. Your video's not showing up on my end for some reason, Cody. I don't know.
Yeah,
If
not here
Yeah,
either.
Same.
all here.
we'll send a picture of it.
Oh
Though.
no, my camera's off right now because of my
Yeah.
like I'm out in the country, so who knows? We're gonna take a
Oh,
shot
is
here.
that why you
If I
said it?
can-
You said you didn't want to turn it
yeah.
on because you weren't sure if it was gonna stay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see what goes
I
on.
actually
But
noticed that, guys. I noticed that when Cody actually put it up on the YouTube video where Skull Eaton commented, and I replied it to him. Oh, I know. Oh, Alaska ridiculous. If you think that's ridiculous, then wait until you go to third world countries like Vietnam or something.
Vietnam, been there twice.
Yeah, I know. Smelly, stinky, black lakes and everything.
That's
What?
on a good day.
Going back to what you were saying, Shayana was
You can
about
call
the
me Shia. It's okay.
Shaya? Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
It's alright.
Was about the helper. That's where I got the concept of the stranger you never meet once. And when I was going through high school, I was always on the wanting to give back to people who didn't seem to know what they were doing or where they were going or what they were trying to do or what they were trying to be and finding the right path for them. And so I took it upon myself to kind of guide them and give them the advice that I could. And that's where I came up with the name, The Stranger You Never Meet Once.
That's cool.
Cool. I like that.
That actually reminds me of something else that happened on the same day. This is all yesterday. It was a very active day. There was a group of people who kept walking by. They walked by the store 5 times, and every single time they walked by, all I heard out the window was "free hugs." Because we have 3 free hug signs out. We have 2 on our sandwich board and 1 on the front door. And this same person kept walking by and just saying the words and looking in. And every time that they walked by, more of their friends, like it was a big group, I'd say between 6 and 8 people. Every time, more and more people would look in the store, and I would just wave and smile and be like, "Come on in, guys!" But they never came in. I'm pretty sure they're probably going to come in tomorrow. But it was just like it is weird because one of the people that was in the group, when I looked at her, she's familiar. Like I know her, but I don't know her. Like she is a stranger, but in my head I'm like, I know you. And it's not happened very frequently. So to have that you just reminded me of that. It was strange, but also super cool at the same time. Just like I hope she comes in because I feel like I need to talk to her. So we'll see the next time we have a hangout. I'll let you guys know if she actually comes in this week.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
I missed you guys. This is great. I forgot that it was Sunday,
AJ,
and I was like, yes.
Even I miss you too, you know.
I can't usually meet crystals during the radio show in the same way.
You what?
I can't do crystal rapping while doing the radio show at the same time. But I can do it now.
It's very distracting because then you forget what you're talking about, right?
Oh, yeah. And it's nice just hearing you guys talk. So.
Oh, come on.
It's a good re-up for a Sunday.
It's good to have a making skill, Skull.
Keep
part of finding your way.
Yeah.
Yeah, doing stuff while we're talking, I've actually been kind of going through and shuffling my oracle cards. I have the Druid Animal Oracle that I use for readings.
Oh, I've seen that.
And and I did a reading for myself, and I don't really want to like go too deeply into it right now because I'm trying to listen to you guys and talk at the same time. So I wrote it down, and so I'll be checking it out later. It's a pretty big one, but what I'm doing now is I have a lot of people coming in asking if I do tarot readings. I said nope, that's not me. So
well, I'll teach you how to do that, Shia. It's easy. Like anyone can do it.
I know, but I find it weird. I use the Druid Oracle, so it's for me tarot just doesn't seem like it's not my jam. So I've been just instead of reading the book, because the book gives you it does give you some very very good information. It tells you what's on the card. It tells you what it means reversed, and then it gives you some lore on the animal and what it typically represented in Celtic mythology. And it's really insightful. It's really cool, and I find it's more down to earth than the tarot for me personally. So I'm actually going to I've been looking at the cards themselves instead of reading the book, because the lore and everything is very nice to have later on, but I like to get a feel of what they actually look like, what they represent to me, so it's easier for me to connect it for people.
Have you meditated? Have you put it underneath your pillow and the cards themselves?
I have not.
I found that before, when I got my first deck, and now this is dealing with tarot, my friend was like, he wanted me to look at every single card, get a feel from the card, and he gave me just a brief description. He said, wands represent this, swords represent this, cups represent this, and pentacles represent this.
Mm-hmm.
And then and the cards that I have are pretty, which I do have back. They're pretty I don't know, they're pretty pretty.
Are those those aren't the Rider-Waite, are they?
No, this is called the Robin Wood.
Oh, yes. I knew it was one of them because I had those ones too.
Did you? Yeah.
Back in the day.
Yeah, the Robin Wood was the first deck that I was given in. And they're beautiful, and each one has a different feel. It's very easy, I guess you could say, to sort of pick up on the vibe. And then I meditated on it. I put them underneath my pillow, and I meditated on it, and a lot of things became a lot clearer, and I was able to read a little bit better. I mean, it was one of the techniques.
That's actually I heard that Edgar Casey did that as well. That's how he learned things. He put his books underneath his pillow when he was young and just absorbed it.
AJ, you still got to do a reading for me.
Yeah, I know that. That's the reason why. That's the reason why I said that, because my cards left me. You weren't. But did I tell you why they left me? Did you understand? Did I tell you?
No, I don't. Well, remind me if you don't mind.
Well, the one deck I was reading. I wasn't respecting. To be honest with you, I was not respecting the cards the way that I should have been, and the cards left me. And when they left me, I needed to change certain things in my life to get them back. And now that I'm at that point, I've been able to get them back and use them the way that they were intended, and without abusing the gift, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
Yeah. I guess it's being vague, but it's kind of, you know.
You know, that's actually I was thinking about you. You said you lost your cards and then you got them back, and now you're handling them properly. My cards were actually given to me by my mother. And
that's awesome.
now she's having conniptions that I am identifying as a Christian druid. I find it kind of funny.
That's weird. Yeah, exactly. Really?
Hey,
really?
Remember, your Sifu can come from the strangest of places, and information comes from. That's what I love about like one of the things I love about the knowledge of tarot cards is that tarot cards is where the modern day playing cards come from.
Right.
I was thinking about that too. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, you know, the diamonds are the pentacles, the swords are the swords, the clubs are the clubs, or wands, and the cups became the hearts. You know, so you can take a pack of playing cards and you could do a tarot card reading technically, and that always reminds me of the simple fact is that, or like I use that saying, everyone and everything is your Sifu, but everything is divination. You can look at tea leaves in the Eastern. They've got this thing about cloud watching, and through the clouds they will see signs within the clouds or within nature. You know, like you're ask the universe, the Tao, God, whatever you want to call it, a question, and something turns up. Something like butterflies have a tendency of meaning about transformation, about spiritual abundance. Dragonflies meaning the realm between heaven and earth opening up to you. Ants about finding more order. There's all these different things that have different interpretations, and it's a whole point of, like AJ said, about almost putting it under your pillow and sleep on it. You know, find out what that's going to mean for you. Find out, because just like flavors, you know, people like different flavors. Different cards can have different. You know, the whole point of like the death cards in tarot is but a lot of people think it's a bad thing. About, you know, almost the phoenix again. You know, the wakening up. From something old comes something new, and so on and so forth. But hey, what do I know? And I'm tired. I think I should go to bed soon. It's almost 5 o'clock here.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
I must say.
5 a.m.
I feel like everybody comes across a different deck of cards all the time.
Simple.
Like, you have tarot card. You have what were your cards again? I'm trying to think. Like I have medicine cards. That was the very first cards that I ever came across, and it's fascinating to see
Cool.
Well, yeah, everybody.
I met up with her the one.
Yeah, everybody has their own feel. I mean, Bonnie, she has their angel cards. Bonnie and Michael, that usually comes in here, they usually do a lot of angel work, so angel cards fit them. Tarot was given to me, and it's been a natural thing that I sort of picked up on, and I only use one specific deck because I've been with the deck for so long that we have a relationship. Like I don't even know how to describe it. I can't. I see that. What's up?
You just have that works. You know,
Yeah,
you have a bond.
We have a relationship. And it's so crazy how cards can do that, but you connect different things through time, and you start understanding certain things will be revealed, and then you start understanding more, and you kind of it's a growing process. So it's something that I don't think there's an ever you become a master. I mean, you're good. I mean, intuition is usually where it starts, and I think that most people that are true readers don't really need cards to start out with. To be honest with you, I think to be honest, I learned from basic intuition before I even had the cards. I was already walking in a gift. The cards are just a tool to
extra. Yeah.
They're just a tool to sort of hone things in and to say, okay, this is validation, or
that is resonating so hard right now. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but wow,
No,
that is awesome.
That's true.
But that's that's a true thing. And then at some point you don't even need the cards anymore. If you you can use anything or nothing. The whole point of Reiki, most people when they first come to Reiki, they know Reiki with this 25 hand positions or so many hand positions and the symbols. But in the original Reiki, there wasn't symbols. If you didn't understand the tone or frequency or energy, you were given a symbol, and the symbols exist, but symbols are just there as a sort of a beginning tool, to get that feeling, that energy, that tone, and then and so there are the original Usi Tahiti Reiki was all about weekly empowerment. So you build it up. There were qigongs, which is Japanese for qigong, energy exercise, and it was all about intuitive. There's about 5 hand positions, and everything else was intuitive. And it's the same with reading and everything else. We've got used to this thing of have it like I've got tarot cards, but I use the I Ching or the I Ching, the ICHING, which is the 64 trigrams, which also sort of is now they're finding out it sort of connects to the 64 codons on the DNA. But at the same time, it's all just information. It's all just ways of picking up the universe, picking up, listening to the Tao, to God, to you. It's how you listen. It's just a way of picking things up, and whatever works best for you now is the best way to go.
Well, hey Paul, I don't know about you, but when AJ was talking about some of the people that I know of that are doing angel card readings and some people do tarot, this actually brought up something really interesting in me, and I don't really know if I should even tell this, but every single time when I was about 10 years old, every single time whenever someone raised the number 13 or the number 666 right in front of me, somehow my third eye started tingling already.
I know 13 is a power number. 13, it's neither good or bad. It's just it generates energy, and that's how I was always understood it and taught it as well. Is that 13 actually generates energy and it builds things up, and 666 technically isn't the evil number. It's actually 666 is the actual number reversed. It's actually 999 is actually originally the the sign of the devil. But the interesting thing of in Chinese numerology is 6 represents yin, night, female, small, the earth, and 9 represents the heaven. And when you place 6 and 9 together, apart from it being an interesting thing sexually, 6 and 9 is actually the Tai is a numerological version of the Tai Chi symbol, and it also like becomes the figure of 8, and 8 on its side is immortality. Is the sign of immortality. But yeah, so in Chinese numerology, 6 and 9 is actually 6 is yin, less is the greater yin, and 9 is the greater yang.
Oh,
I like that. Thanks for sharing that, John. So,
that's why half the time whenever I try to try to buy some tarot cards and everything, half the time I was like, okay, I feel like I'm not supposed to be touching this, or I felt like it's not worth my time to buy it.
Yeah, but that's you listening to your Tao, your way, to listening to the balance, going by the heart. If it feels good, if it makes your heart sing, if it feels full, your heart feels full, then do that thing. If it feels empty, or you feel hollow, or it feels it doesn't feel right, then don't do that thing. It's like dowsing, it's listening to your heart. Is like that get that heavy or light feeling, that good or bad, is a way of listening to your heart, listening to your own dowsing equipment. Listening to yourself, listening to your own divination. That's about the purest divination there is. It's just listening to your own body, feeling the energies within, asking a question, and then looking for the answer and seeing what pops up.
Yeah, in fact, that's something that I also like. I don't know about you guys, but like when I was about 13 years old is when I got really, really rebellious. Somehow, when I walked into when I walked into my church, all of a sudden I felt like I just like started getting really angry all of a sudden, then gone to the point where I just like, you know what, forget about the church. And then 3 years later, I got to the point where when I walk into my Sunday school class, all of a sudden I felt like hot inside of myself. Like I literally went from a person who was totally ignorant to all of a sudden I felt like I don't belong here. I felt hot. I felt like I would blow at any given moment to the point where if I were to sit in a room with a group of Christians who are extremely closed-minded or into religion, half the time I would lash out at them. And like people try to like bring me back to Christianity, and half the time it didn't work, and I got really, really crazy about it. And it happened so many times, even after I left the religion, and now, of course, I'm Buddhist, but like even now, whenever if a religion start acting up on me, they would start, like, for example, they would start, I would start, like, breaking down the system to the point where if anyone were to tell me, you shall not kill, I'll be saying, I would rather go to hell than to not kill, man. I would straight up say that to people. And then that's why I was like, John, I know you have problems with relationships, but yeah, even I have problems too, man. To be honest with you. To be honest, I actually broke up with Deanna, and half the time I just hope that it didn't happen from the very start, and I should have known myself a little better. It wasn't until then that's when I found out I felt a little restricted.
Things happen. Everything and everyone is your seafood. Every relationship is your seafood.
I know, but unfortunately, I just hope I didn't blow my Shifu away, because when I did, she almost felt like she just wanted to punch me in the face.
Things are what they are. Right, I'm going to bed, guys. I'm getting tired, so I love you all. See you later. I'll speak to you soon, OJ. And,
Take care, brother.
Oh, and by the way, Paul,
Yeah.
I salute
Take
you
care, man.
as the Antichrist.
I'm Loki. So, see you later.
You
all.
can call me Antichrist if you want. Antichrist.
Bye, Andy. Bye, all. See you later, Scott.
Alright. Guys, we'll probably, I mean, this can still keep going, but we'll probably stop the broadcast soon enough, just so you know. So, but then you guys can stay up late if you want, anyways. So.
Okay.
Alright.
Beeps coming through.
Where is everyone from? Are you guys Northern Hemisphere? It's nighttime.
I'm actually in Austin, Texas, so it's ridiculously cold and ridiculously hot over here.
Yeah, I think everyone's in North America but you, Edward, so.
Yeah. I'm in Melbourne, Australia.
Right on.
Oh, wow.
Australia! It's like, yeah, it's 4 o'clock now. So.
Yeah. Don't let the kangaroos kick you in the butt, man.
That's the biggest misconception.
Trust me.
It's actually...
I got kicked by a shark before, man. It's ridiculous.
Hey, check this out. I'll show you something. I'll hold it up to my camera.
Oh, nice.
Who's it? You ever seen
Can you back it up from your screen? I can't see the whole thing. Oh, okay. Wow.
I'm just getting it ready. I'm going to a seminar tomorrow. I'm going to show a couple of people.
That's pretty awesome. Are you in college?
Can you tell us a bit about it?
Yeah, sure. So, obviously, yeah, it's a dodecahedron, but what makes it special or unique is, I'll hold it one face up. Can you see the little circles?
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, so the little circles that I've put on, I'm an engineer. I work on computerized machines, and I designed it all on CAD and then made some programs and cut it all. But have you guys ever seen these ball magnet things? I think they call them lucky balls or Zen magnets, things like that.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
what I do is I get 6 balls, make a circle. I don't know. Can you see that?
Hmm.
And then you put it in the groove that I've cut, and put one on the back. Where is it? And they hold themselves in place with the magnetic polarity.
Right.
And a sphere that is a magnet creates a toroidal field. And I don't know if anyone's ever studied the energy that's around your body. They call it an aura.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, but in more of a scientific terminology, it's known as a toroidal field. And what this device does is it's got 432 magnets that are, say, a positive polarity, and 432 magnets that are a negative, and they hold themselves in place. And 432 is a very special number relative to consciousness and raising your frequency or your ability to process and comprehend information. And
that's what my guitar's tuned to.
Yeah, what I do, I got told to make this device by a spirit in the spirit world one night when I had my third eye open and I was doing my magic. And it creates a similar frequency or vibration, like when you're sitting in the position of the king's chamber in a pyramid. It amplifies your natural energy or your toroidal field. and it allows you to project your consciousness into different places in the spirit world that are otherwise out of your reach without the geometry.
Yeah, in
And
fact,
yeah, it's really.
Yeah, I
I'm not
actually
gonna
heard
lie,
about
that's
that, Edward.
actually quite
So
concept.
yeah, like is that one functioning in a practical way yet?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So
How do you
when I yeah,
Because of
so
that swooping energy, yeah, you could shoot that energy anywhere you want to in the world. That's
yeah. Well, what it did for me in the spirit world, so to speak. I sat down next to it the very first time after I'd made it, and yeah, when I opened my third eye up, and my consciousness got projected into this place that I'd never been before, and I met this woman, and she took the form of a human, and she told me that traditionally, thousands of years ago on Earth, she was called a goddess, and yeah, it's really cool. We've kind of started up a friendship.
Wow, Edward, this is amazing.
Yeah, no, it kind of freaks me out a little bit because I'm kind of a solo artist, you know. I don't really have any spiritual friends. I just do
Edward,
everything
if I
by
were
myself.
you, okay, if
hey,
I were
but
you, like, if you were to go into the spirit realm and learn how to communicate those stuff, be sure you bring a psychologist or someone who is a helping professional with you to keep you sane, because you might as well get taken away, you know. You don't
Yeah,
have
yeah, I
to.
know. I kind of I stay grounded and keep it real. You know, I got a family and job and bills to pay and stuff. But yeah, like I'll tell you one of the coolest things when I met this chick. She turned around and she said to me, you know, well done for finding me. What do you want? And I said to her, you know, what do you mean? What do I want? And she said, you can have anything you want. Tell me what you want. And it's like a reward or a gift for kind of connecting with her. And she's known as like a mother goddess. You know, like in Egypt, how they honoured Isis, and in the Celtic pantheon there was Morrigan, and it's kind of like up there. You know, they're like the queen goddesses, the leaders.
Whoa.
And so yeah, at the time my dog Staffy, and she was sick, and she had a tumor on her throat, and she was booked in the very next day to go to a specialist vet and have surgery to remove this tumor. And yeah, I turned around to this goddess chick and just said to her, "Can you help my dog?" And she said, "Yeah, fine, no worries." And yeah, then the next day, my wife took the dog to the vet, and the vet did an ultrasound on her neck as preparation for the surgery that he was going to do, and the tumor was gone. Like, there was nothing wrong with the dog. She was in perfect health. So it's kind of, yeah, a little bit freaky, you know, because it's all just happening in my head. I'm sitting back in my chair, meditating, got my third eye open, and
There's actually a
can't
reason.
can't explain it, you know. I can't explain it. It's just
Wow.
one of those things.
There's actually a reason why something like this happens. Have you ever heard of what we call synchronicity, where, like, if you're at a healthy state, it actually shows you how a healthy state looks like in a geometric figure. You know that, right?
Yeah, true.
Imagine.
But like, I don't know. It's hard for me to explain because I'm so analytical and got that engineering background. When I interact with like spiritual communities, I find it difficult to draw logic and reason out of a lot of conversation.
Well, it's okay, Edward. In fact, you can actually try
Oh,
finding
yeah,
on Facebook.
let him finish. I just wanted to hear what he was saying there, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so I spent like 14 years now studying ancient history and joined a whole heap of dots together. I'm really good at analysing large and complicated information. And yeah, I'm kind of just practice my little shaman magic on the side to get my third eye open and go into the spirit world and do my thing there, and it's just seems like everyone's behind the 8 ball in regard to actually understanding who we are, where we're at, what's going on. It's cool to hear everyone talk about stuff, but to get real tangible results that can transform communities and society in general, to point us in the right direction with new philosophies and ideas, I think people are a long way away from actually getting to that place. But it's got to start somewhere, I think this generation of people between the ages of, I don't know, like maybe 15 and 40, that's where we're like the foundation builders. It's the new kids that are coming along nowadays that just click with this information right from the beginning. That
My son
kind of,
is like that. My son's
yeah,
14 and he's already on board. Like, it's really cool to hear some of the stuff that comes out of his mouth. It's just like, where did that come from? That is awesome.
Well,
yeah,
to be honest with you, I was also like that too, and like same here. But the only difference is that I was born in 1993, so therefore I don't know how many people here are born in 1993 that has the same experience, but it actually started way earlier. Something like this happened way earlier than that.
I'll show you this other tool that I've got that I use with my meditation that I learn about from studying ancient Egyptian history. Have you seen? You see these things that I'm holding up?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're called Egyptian healing rods. And when I was studying ancient Egyptian, saw a lot of statues where people were standing up, and they kind of in a pose like this. And they had 1 foot forward, and they were holding something in their hands. People miss it all the time. They just look at the statue or look at the head. They never look at the hands. And these things are everywhere. And then I did some research on it, and I found there's a company in Russia at the moment making these things, and there's distributors all over the world. I got mine from America. But yeah, Egyptian healing rods will amplify and balance your chakras or your emotional energy when you're meditating. They say you shouldn't hold on to them for longer than 15 minutes because it really does amp up your energy.
What are they made of?
Copper and zinc, but it's what's inside of them too. There's quartz crystals and quartz sand. So, you remember when you were back in school, did you ever do an experiment in science with a lemon and a zinc nail and a copper coin?
Oh, yeah.
And a little,
yeah.
like an LED light?
Yeah.
Alright, so that's the copper, that's the zinc, and your body is the lemon. Alright, so your body's full of fluid. It's like 70% fluid, and when you hold the copper and you hold the zinc with the quartz crystals inside, it amplifies the natural energy of your body, and it will create a balancing effect with your emotions, with your feelings, or your chakras. And
really cool.
yeah, it's really cool. You can you hold them for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, do a meditation, and the effects is like 2 hours without them. It will take you 2 hours without them, take you 15 minutes with them. Just speeds things up. And yeah, whenever I drink ayahuasca or have my smoke, open up my third eye, I always make sure I'm holding them to keep my Merkaba or my emotional energy, my vehicle of light, balanced and harmonious. So I can use my awareness to focus and concentrate on the vision rather than trying to keep my energy balanced. The rods do that job for you. So yeah, when you're in motion and you're in the vision, you can observe it to a higher degree, and you can draw more information out of the telepathy when spirits talk to you. And yeah, once you get past the healing stages, because the first aspects of ayahuasca or smoking it it's all about healing. It's all the spirits will reveal to you all of the things that are repressed in your subconscious, all of the shadowy aspects of your consciousness. You know, the way your personality's being developed by the negative energy of other people's belief systems, and you just kind of got to acknowledge it, and it's a weight that lifts off your shoulders, and yeah, then the real action begins, and you kind of get uploads. That's what I call them. They tell you things while you're there, but they put information inside of you, and it's the days and weeks after you open your third eye from ayahuasca or just smoking DMT that you get these uploads, and yeah, the information's profound, and it's like they uploaded a blueprint of engineering into my mind, and I made this little device that creates the same energy as the Great Pyramid in Egypt, but it's the size of a soccer ball. You know, it's
Cool.
like it's modern.
Wow.
There's no need to build a pyramid. You can just kind of pump these out.
And so you sit next to it, and it works? Is that the idea?
It just needs to be in close proximity. So it's got to be within your Merkaba, you know. So
Yeah,
in the room
so
that you
it
sit
creates its own field, and then as long as your field's within proximity, it does what it needs to.
Yeah, absolutely. I like to call it a vibration.
Yeah.
Is it possible that if I can be able to do it from here in Austin all the way to Australia? Because the thing is I personally don't know how you open a third eye, but I'm willing to be able to get myself over there and set that intention over.
Well, doesn't matter what country you're in, right? It's illegal. DMT is illegal, and it's illegal because the powers that be don't want you to open your third eye. They don't want you to learn about the inner aspects of being human and reality in general, because it reveals so much information to you. You know? You just have to find somewhere.
Can you hold that up again, please, so I can see it?
If I suggest on any place to go, I don't know if it's illegal in Peru or not.
Oh yeah, South America, you know, all the shamans are drinking their jungle juice.
Because,
but here's the
thing.
Like
I was reading a study the other day, or at least an article, and it goes on all about every pharmaceutical drug that has ever been created has came from the Amazon, right? So going to
yes, and no, it's plants in general, you know. All different plants have a different effect on your body and your consciousness and nervous system.
Well, I've studied a lot of shamanic rituals and how they study the plants. They spend years and years. You know, they'll take one plant for so long.
You could have one. I think learning like that is kind of slow. You know, drink some ayahuasca, have the question in your mind, go in the spirit world, and they'll answer it for you. You know, it's as simple as that. 15 minutes later, you've got your answer, and it's usually pretty spot on.
Okay, I don't because I just keep reading about this over and over again, Edward. But somehow I sense that if you want to open your third eye, I read on certain sacred books, and they said that the first thing you do is first balance all your chakras and make sure they're all functioning. Second of all, you charge them to its fullest limit. And then third of all, drink as much antioxidants or something that will cleanse out your whole body system. And once everything is in line, then that's when everything comes out naturally. I wonder if that's actually one of the processes, because that is something I noticed about some of the experiences, is that every single time whenever I balance my chakras,
you want to be healthy.
I stop getting angry.
You want to be fit, strong, and healthy.
Yeah.
From my understanding from studying a little bit of biology, you gotta understand DMT is the trigger, right? So, DMT was first made in 1931 as a synthetic substance. Before that, the only access humans had to DMT was either drinking ayahuasca, shamans in jungles, or getting your pineal gland to naturally produce it. and that's still a very controversial subject. But if you study Taoism, Buddhist stuff, I've done a little bit of that. You come across rituals for the leaders, for the high priests or whatever you want to call it, the top dogs, and they all sit in caves. They all sit in darkened environments. So you've got to get your pineal gland to produce DMT. You have to stay away from ultraviolet light or sunlight or just light in general. You got to sit in the dark. You got to pitch black darkness for a good 2 weeks. 10 to 14 days.
I can't remember the actual process for producing DMT, but I know it actually, your body needs to produce enough melatonin, I think. So the only way to get melatonin to produce is pitch black darkness.
Yes, absolutely. So from what I understand, your pineal gland primarily produces melatonin. I think it produces 5 different hormones. And melatonin's the first one, and it gets released every day when your body is in contact with ultraviolet light, because it acts as a natural sunscreen. And usually people with darker skin tone have higher concentrates of melatonin in their body. So fairer your skin, the less melatonin you have. And so that's why traditionally, if you have a darker tone in your skin color, then it's much easier to open up your third eye, because you don't have to stay in the dark for as long. Now, I've never stayed in the dark long enough to get my third eye to open naturally. I just kind of do it in
Shana, that's pretty common, I know. And in fact, that's why like AJ and I are also pretty lucky, because I'm part Asian, so therefore and also part Chapman, so therefore I'm pretty dark.
Yeah, well, there's definitely an advantage there in regard to spirituality and being able to naturally open the third eye. But nowadays, the synthetic stuff's around. You can just smoke it or drink it, and it works much faster. You can wait in the dark for 10 to 14 days, or if you smoke it, it's like 5 seconds. If you drink it, it's like 45 minutes.
So wait, what about if you were to drink like fruits and vegetables and get yourself into a detox? Because somehow, it's weird, but somehow whenever I start detoxing in some my system, all of a sudden I sense, first it's the lightheadedness, and then when I start meditating, all of a sudden I sense this sense of oneness. All of a sudden, like everything around me is just, I feel like it just doesn't mean anything anymore.
I'd be inclined to say that when you detox, you are probably adjusting the pH value of the fluid in your body to more of an alkaline state, which then allows your consciousness to process and comprehend information better. Your central nervous system will work better. Your health in general will just be better. The amount of junk that we put in our bodies, the chemicals that are all acidic, it really slows you down on your ability to function as a normal human being. You get slow and you get dumb, and you can't really solve complex problems. If you take any type of supplement, I would put a focus on alkaline pH.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
you guys.
So what about?
Brain's gonna fire up.
Related to that, just to mention, this is hey Joel. I'm gonna plug it and share it with you guys, but like Spacelight is exactly designed for just that. Edward, I don't know if you've heard that before. Like, Edward, where did you see the link for this hangout? Like, do you listen to the radio show, or did you just?
On Facebook. I've watched the Paradigm Shift stuff every now and then, yeah, but I was just playing before and Paradigm Shift Central came up on the screen and it said the show was on. I knew America is kind of a little bit behind on time to Australia, so I clicked on it. Just just happened to be good timing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if people want to post their Facebook profiles in the chat, that way we can add each other and stuff. But just going back to what I was originally gonna say about Spacelight. Spacelight is, if those of you who don't know about it, it's like a natural alkaline electrolyte formula that's designed to balance out the pH levels to like get you back more to like alkaline and like less acidic. So I mean, it's something that like we do have available, and so if people are like looking to attune themselves and kind of like, you know, like allow more conductivity for consciousness to flow through, then they want to be able to balance out your pH levels. And the link for that is in the live chat, but it's paradigmshiftcentral.com/spacelight, LITE, not LIGHT. But I would like, it's key stuff, and I'm telling you that because like you guys are my friends, and I want people to know about it. So.
Okay.
Edward, I was gonna say to what Edward was saying before, like how we put things into our body that makes it so acidic and everything. The human body is actually incapable of making itself acidic. So it's kind of wild to see that, like the body, like water itself is the natural most abundant antioxidant that we have. But yeah, Spaceland. I've definitely seen it before. But my favorite thing, salt. Just every kind of salt that we have, like Celtic salt, sea salt, Himalayan salts. I actually don't know if anybody will ever be able to find it, but I have this stuff called sacred salts, and it's from the Himalayan islands, crystal salts from the Pacific Ocean, rose salts from the Andes, and then it's got like this dark, really grayish salt. I don't know if you guys can see it, and it's like this salt from like Egypt, but it's like a blend of different salts, and that's definitely one of my favorite things.
Cool. Yeah, and Spacelight would basically be considered a salt. Like it's meant to be diluted in water, which is how you take it in. So.
I'll tell you one thing that I've told a few of my other buddies who I work with about the human body that I learned from interacting with spirits. And it goes like this. To think of yourself as human is to sit inside of a car in the driver's seat and think of yourself as the car. You know? You're not a car. You're the driver of a car. Just like you're not a human. You're the driver of a human. You're a spirit that is inside of the human vehicle. And just like you can upgrade a car and make it faster and louder and put a better stereo in it or whatever, you can upgrade your body. And one of the best tools to upgrade your body is monatomic elements, or what they call ormus. You know, and they're along the lines of electrolytes and salts, but just in a single atom state. And they're like superconductors of energy. You have a little tiny bit of ormus or monatomic elements, and your emotional energy, that's the foundation of your consciousness, is going to be amplified massively. And once you put that energy in your body's going to redirect it to where it needs to be. If you're not in good health, then you'll heal quickly. And if you are in good health and you're preparing for a test or you're trying to solve problems, you're going to be able to process and comprehend information to a much higher degree without any extra effort, simply because you've got this supercharged fuel inside your body. You know, it's like high octane fuel for race cars rather than regular fuel for just a normal car. You know, once you know how to get your body to work properly, then the way you want to create success for your life is going to manifest itself a lot faster and a lot easier if you didn't have that fuel in the first place. And it really, the foundation of everything comes down to nutrition. You've got to understand how your body works and feed it the right fuel. And it's not just about food and liquids. Monatomic elements are probably the #1 thing. You know, white powdered gold, like the ancient Egyptians used to use.
I was about to say, there was a thing that I read about, so if I can remember, And yeah, I do a lot of, I like like anything to do with alchemics or any of that, and the hermetics. The alchemic studies, there was a drink that the Egyptians learned from Thoth. They called it liquid gold, though, and I forget what it was. Like, there's a, but
I have the recipe for that.
yeah.
Yeah, I would say it's monatomic elements, definitely for sure. That's like
Yeah. Like I
Food of
don't
the
know if
gods.
everybody. Yeah.
I think that's
Has
probably
anybody ever heard
a
of like
direct. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
silver
Sorry.
ion drops? Oh, I was just silver ion drops, like for putting into water for your body and stuff. Like silver is extremely good for you. Like if it's certain parts per million, and it doesn't turn you blue, but it's actually really good for relieving ailments or anything from the body.
I have heard about stuff like that. I've never really looked into it. I just kind of focus on the illness.
I was going to say there's probably a direct connection between the monoatomic gold that I've been taking and my dimensionally challenged issues. There was something that you mentioned, Edward, about we are not driving the. What is it? We're the car and we're driving the car, or how did you say that?
So to think of yourself as human would be to sit inside of a car and think of yourself as the car. You're not.
Okay.
You're not a car. You're the driver of a car. Just like you're not a human. You're the driver of a human. This is just a. Think of it like a spaceship or a vessel for you to exist inside of. It's only when you learn how to come out of your body that you realize just exactly what your body is. And yeah, when you come out of your body and the consciousness of your human mind reconnects with the consciousness of your eternal mind, like your spirit mind, it's like a slice of pie entering back into the pie, and you just
I like that.
it's full on. Your awareness and your ability to focus and comprehend information just goes like 100-fold. You go from just being the normal person who you think you are into feeling like you're a super genius, and you have access to so much information, so many memories of all your past lives, all your experiences. It's not in fine detail, but you just like stuff as a human. Think of 10 humans or 100 humans combined together in one. That's the consciousness you can access. You go
whole
genius.
Section, that whole thing you were talking about is so like for some reason I'm remembering this story that I read in this book that I have. It's a story about a fish, and this fish kept asking the other fish, "What is the ocean?" And when he asked this question to a great master and an enlightened fish, his only response was laughter, because the fish is not separate from the ocean. The wave is a part of the ocean, even when it ceases to be a wave. It's still there, as is the ocean.
Yeah.
We're all like waves in the ocean.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's to make your understanding of reality to a higher degree. It needs to be relative to experiences, and the more experiences you generate for yourself, the greater the understanding you begin to have. And yeah, to realize, we're all human, we're all the same. Yeah, sure, we come from different countries, different cultures, different traditions, different languages, but ultimately we're all in the same vehicle. We're all human, and I think when a larger chunk of humanity gets that we're the same, and it's our values, our sense of morality that kind of separates us, and we learn to coexist to a higher degree because we place the same value on each other rather than those guys over there are idiots, and they should die, and those guys over there, well, they're smart, let's help them. And we're all the same, and separation is the biggest illusion that's ever been created by humans.
Absolutely.
And that's where that saying comes from. We're all one. We really are all one, but you've got to kind of step outside of your body to reflect on that and realize that to a really deep level.
We're all one, and each section of our one is experiencing itself in different ways. That's why
Yeah, true. Yeah,
I
we're all
was
inside
thinking
our...
about that.
Yeah.
Every life is a leaf on the story tree. We're all from one place, but we're all connected.
Yeah,
we're all
and
experiencing it differently.
the thing that's a bit freaky to me, what I've experienced, when you go in the spirit world, there's so many different forms that consciousness chooses to exist as. You know, like being human is one type of form, but over 95% of the spirits that I've interacted with that are incredibly intelligent, that make humans look like babies, they don't take on the form of humans. You know, I've met a few spirits that look like humans, but yeah, the vast majority of consciousness in the spirit world don't view the human form as anything that's kind of awesome. And I think we've really got to work hard to try and change that perception, you know, and we're, rather than being viewed as like an animal or just this lower conscious being that really can't get their shit together, if we work together and create things that are unique, it'll attract those spirits to want to incarnate and come here and have a go in this vehicle. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Hey, everything can be hard to explain some days, right?
Yeah, true. And I find, like, talking with words, once you've been in the spirit world, it's really primitive. It's really slow.
Yeah, actually, no,
Wow.
one of my very first lucid dreams, that I had contact with.
I'll give you an example, right? When you're in the spirit world, and I was saying before about uploads, imagine everyone's seen like a set of encyclopedia books, you know, either at school library or maybe at your grandparents' house or something before the internet was around. You know, think of the amount of information that is in all of those books combined. How long it would take for you to read those books word by word with your eyes. Right? When you're in the spirit world, all of that information can be uploaded into your brain, into your consciousness in like 5 seconds. So you know everything in 5 seconds rather than sitting there for 2 months trying to read it all and remember it all. That's the difference in the speed of communication. And that's why when you use words, it's just sucks. You just want telepathy all the time because you have these massive, intense conversations, understandings, learning sessions that, yeah, just can't compare. What would take 1,000 lifetimes can be uploaded into you in like 10 minutes.
I get that all the time. Trying to explain.
And then you've got to try and find a way to get it out, to redirect it, to share it. It's like you just end up sounding stupid.
Yes! Oh my god, yes! I do that all the time. I'm just like, I fully grasp this, I get all the info, it's all in my head, and then someone asks me about it, and it's just like,
yeah,
I don't know what to say, I just sound like a moron.
Yeah, it'd be so cool if you could just kind of touch them and go, here, have it. You know, and now they know what you know.
Yeah,
but yeah,
that'd be so cool. So useful.
Yeah, to learn information. You know, when we're kids, you learn information at school through repetition. You know, the teachers put something on the board, or they say, read this book. You know, remember it, learn it. It's not the only way you can learn. You know, there's an ability inside of our bodies where we can receive information. Like they call it knowing. You just instantly know massive, complex amounts of information. And you don't have to learn anything. You just receive it, and now you know. And yeah, I think if we focused on trying to learn and grow as a society like that, we would advance our understanding of ourselves and the universe so much faster.
I know.
You wouldn't have to wait for one special person to come along and make a curriculum. You could just open your third eye, go to the spirit world, grab some information. Now you know stuff, come back here and do something with it.
Well, Edward, here's the thing. When it comes to actually learning the depths or the mystery, there's actually a lot more than you just have to simply go up to the spirit world. In fact, here's what happens, because I actually grew up in the mystery schools. One of the first things that my teachers would do is that they make me have to do preparations. If you want to do something, you want to receive the information, you have to research it yourself first. Then after that, you find the answer through your own personal experience, through you coming your hands or get yourself injured.
You need the intention there. You've got to have the question in your mind. Because when telepathy starts in the spirit world, they link into your energy, and they know everything about you. You don't have to tell them nothing because they're linked in, and their energy has entrained into your energy. And so if you have that intention, you have that question there, or you have a problem, straight away they say, oh, here, do this, or here's some information. Now you know how to solve that. And yeah, so the preparation is very important, that's for sure.
I know, because the thing is those guides, they're nothing more than you. They're showing.
Yeah, well, that's what we are. We are them incarnated, and they are us non-incarnated. It's just what form you choose to exist as in the spirit world that will play a role in who you get to interact with. So in the spirit world, in the spirit world, I take the form of a human as well. You know, I'm a lot taller, and I've got wings, and I can fly around, and I don't know, they call them angels or something. But I don't like to hang on to that stigma, you know. I'm just Eddie Grace. I'm a human, and I'm trying to do my best to fit in and share what I know. But yeah, it's very challenging.
It is, but is it okay if I get him to connect with you, Edward? Because the thing is I definitely want to know how you built that 3D model, because I might want to use it later.
Well, it's a dodecahedron. It's easy, you know. You build a dodecahedron, and I put some circles on it. It's the radius of the circles that's important too. You know, I projected it at. You were talking about angel numbers before. You know, triple numbers. The radius of the circles is 33.333. And so the diameter is 66.666, and the circle that fits inside of the pentagon is 99.999. So there's a harmonic relationship there between the numbers or the ratios. And you use a dodecahedron because it's full of 72-degree angles. That's the highest resonating angle or energy amplification. You know, you see in Russia they've just made a lot of pyramids out of fiberglass. They're all 72 degrees because the Russians know what's going on with subtle energy, how to amplify the environment. You know, you just got to study geometry. I started with the book, The Flower of Life, and I learnt about geometry and how unique and special it is. You've got to realise that everything in the environment, whether it's a physical object or a non-physical, like a sound or a smell, it's a vibration, it's a frequency. And by combining different vibrations and frequencies into your energy, in training with those frequencies, is going to have an effect on your body, and then that has an effect on your consciousness. You know, it's energy entrainment. It's like everyone's heard of Reiki, you know, the healing, hands-on healing. You're entraining your energy into someone else's energy, and whoever holds the higher vibration, the larger harmonic, is going to kind of entrain that into the other person. So if you're in good health and they're not in good health, and you simply touch them, now two physical objects have combined together to be one physical object, or two vibrations have combined together to be one vibration, and you'll start to resonate together. The lower frequency will resonate with the higher frequency, and the person who's sick, well, they'll get better. And it's not going to drain your energy, because it's about harmonics, and it's about oscillating vibrations. You just need to learn to hold your own vibration to a high degree. But these are all things that I get taught in the spirit world. It's kind of, I don't know, it's like knowing about computers 100 years before computers got invented. It's very complex and it's hard to share.
That is a cool segue into something that I just found. I just went through all of my bookmarks on Google Chrome, and I found a story that was written in 1909. It was about what was it called? My brain just totally blanked out. But the story was set in the future, and it was, science fiction. By 2000, year 2000, we're supposed to already be in space and traveling around and everything. They had such high hopes for us. But the story is essentially the descriptions of everybody being in their own little honeycomb cell, and they wire in their music, their own ambient music, and they don't go out and communicate or touch other human beings. They have a bathing tube, and they get their food, like they order their food through a computer. And it was really kind of eye-opening, because reading that, it's like, this was written over 100 years ago, and it's describing humanity now. Like, it's describing what we do.
Well, I'll tell you
look
something
it up.
about
We're communicating right now exactly the way that they described, like 100 years ago.
Well, I'll tell you something about 100 years ago. I'm sure most people have heard of Nikola Tesla. He went to Egypt, studied the Great Pyramid, came back to America, and built a wireless energy transmitter, of electricity. You see the cables everywhere, and everything's metered, and we're paying bills. 100 years ago, this bloke looks at the pyramid, studies the pyramid, and figures out how to generate wireless electricity. And so where's all that technology gone?
The history behind Nikola Tesla is amazing, actually.
From what I've learned interacting with a lot of spirits, that this global civilization that's just kind of come strong since the internet has come about, it's not the first one on this planet. Global civilizations on this planet have happened many times before. Everything we learn at school, all our history books, everything, it's all not exactly make-believe, but it's like half-truths. When you study...
carefully edited.
Yeah, it is. There's a perception out there to make people think something is going on when really there's something else going on. The ancient Egyptians 5,000 years ago described archons. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of archons before.
I've heard the term, but I don't know what it is.
An archon is a word, if you translate it into English, it means ruler. And archons traditionally hang out in spirit mode. They don't incarnate. Spirits in the spirit world have a lot of power with their consciousness and can influence us in the physical world. They don't even need to incarnate. They can do things from their world that affects us. And archons are rulers, or you could think of them as a group of spirits that have their own agenda, that consider the earth to be their own. And I oppose it. I'm against it. And this goddess that I associate with, and these other spirits that I associate with, we fight them, and we have battles, and it's can create a lot of emotional trauma. It's hard to deal with, because you can't kill something that's not alive, and you have to think of spirits like a magnetic energy. You can really just push and pull them out of different environments. And this goddess, this mother goddess, that she's in my body now. There's like 3 of us that live inside this one body. So I don't know. They call it a trinity in a lot of religions. And yeah, so we go on these crusades, and we travel around the higher dimensional aspect of Earth, hunting. archons and trying to move them on out of the consciousness of Earth, so we can have our free will and fix things. Because everyone knows that the world's pretty stuffed up, but no one really knows why. And the foundation or the root cause of every single human problem stems from unwanted influence in the spirit world. And until we go there and stand up for ourselves and repel these archons or these bad spirits, then we will be under their influence, and they do their thing beyond our perception. You can't perceive them when you're inside your body. You can only perceive them when you're outside of your body and in the spirit world.
Edward, can I segue a little bit with that as kind of a curiosity, because from what I had kind of learned in regards to spirit influence is that the way that it is very easy to perceive in our regular day-to-day life is through our play of addictions. That's the kind of thing, that energy that they feed off of, and then when we feel more propelled to give in to temptations, to things that are more than not really serving our best interests, that is their influence at work by pushing us.
Yeah, absolutely. The sociology and the psychology involved is immense. These spirits are like genius psychiatrists, and you can't compete with them. It doesn't matter how smart you are. It's only when you're in spirit mode and you meet some of these gods and goddesses, and they help you and send you to the fight, so to speak. And they come with you too. Then that's how you can stand up for yourself. But what these spirits enjoy, what their agenda is to extract emotional energy. Anyone who's ever read anything about archons, you hear about them. They feed on humans. Right now, they don't feed on physical aspects of our human body.
They're after
feed on. Go ahead.
Have you ever heard the term loosh?
Loosh? No, I haven't. No.
Oh, sorry. It was just like it's what you're just about talking about, though. Like, yeah, like it's kind of like a sum word for our emotional energy that can be fed off. Yeah, like we're like cattle and we don't even know it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the way I've put it to other people before, think of emotional energy in the same sense you think of money. Alright, so when you're physical in your body, to be able to survive, generate experiences for yourself, do things, you need money, this concept, this idea that humans have created. Now, in the spirit world, the way that they do things, or the way things get done, is via emotional energy. And the best way to collect emotional energy is to actually come down into the physical aspect of reality, have an experience, collect a whole heap of emotional energy, and then when your body stops working and your consciousness goes back in the spirit world, you take all that emotional energy with you. We call them memories, and then you can use that emotional energy to do things with. It's like a currency of sorts. And these archons, or these bad spirits, try and orchestrate different experiences for physical humans to have that generates emotional energy that they enjoy. Think of them as the bank. Right? They need you to have a lot of darkness, a lot of negativity, a lot of depression, a lot of fear, because that's the currency that they're attracted to. Right? So you get back in the spirit world, you've had a shit life, you might have suffered depression, mental illness, suffering, fear, all of the lesser emotions, and you've got all this energy now, or this currency, and they come along and say, hey, listen, I collect that energy, I can use that energy, let me take it off your hands for you, and so they get to cash in on your experience, so to speak, and really, they don't need to be here. We could have the same type of spirits, but with a focus on positive emotions, and then that would motivate humans to have positive experiences as a collective.
So, Edward,
But
what do you tell to an individual that isn't connected to these ideas, this way of perceiving experience and subtle influences? What would you tell a person who has a desire to outgrow their addictions, their mental state, things of that nature? You recognize the element here, but how do you express that to a person so that they can work themselves in without getting to concepts that are going to be way over their heads?
Yeah, well, firstly, to become self-aware of personality traits, of a value system that you've created for yourself, the way you generate your emotions, that's the first step. If you don't like something about yourself, a behavior, an addiction, then you've got to self-aware. You've got to say, all right, listen, this is who I am. I don't really enjoy being like this. That's the first step, and you get past the denial stage that most people exist in forever, and then you can take control of your life. Direct your life. Don't be reactive. You've got to be proactive. You've got to have desires and intentions that are for you. That what you want. Don't live your life in the eyes of what other people want. We're heavily influenced as children by our parents, our family, our teachers. That we have to be a certain somebody. We have to live like this, or we have to believe in that. And that's accommodating their belief system, and it might not resonate with who you are. To become an adult and be self-empowered and to know what you want in life, it's a challenge when you've had 20, 25 years of programming by other people, to break free of family tradition that might not be serving you, or religious tradition that might not be serving you, or to realize that your education at school was extremely limited and you've been misguided and misled, and you don't really know anything. That's an intense epiphany to come to an understanding. I left school at the end of year 10, they call it here. I don't know what it is in America. How does your high school stuff go?
Grade 10, I think.
Yeah, it's the same deal. Do year 11, 12, and then go to university, or you guys call it college, don't you?
College or university. There's two different ones.
Yeah, so I left at the end of year 10 because what I was being forced to learn, I didn't resonate with. It sucked. I hated it. It wasn't me. And so I left school. I got myself an apprenticeship. I started being able to earn money. I learned a skill. I'm a fitter and turner, and I specialised in computer programming. And when I was about 19, I was at work one day, and I realised I don't really know much. I've been at school for like forever, and I hated it, but I don't really know much. And I went and I spoke with my grandfather. And he's a kind of weird character too. And he turned around and said to me, well, before you really learn anything, you need to understand how to think properly. And then that will guide you in the direction of subjects that you want to learn. And I'm like, well, I already know how to think. He goes, no, you don't. He goes, you need to learn how to... He goes, you need to learn how to think properly, and he directed me towards a Greek philosopher called Plato, and he told me to buy this book called The Republic, and it wasn't, I read it, it was pretty hard to read. I think I'd only ever read like 2 or 3 proper books when I was 19, and it was like the first big book that I ever read, and reading philosophy books,
it's not really the content that's important, it's the context. Because it's different to any other style of book. When you read philosophy and you observe the conversation, the flow of the literature, it teaches you how to think and differently. Rather than being this obedient servant type mindset where you're willing to learn a curriculum at school or at university, you start to realize that if you know how to think properly, you don't need any of that. You can just go straight to the information yourself in your own time and your own motivation. And I spent 14 years self-educating myself after I left school. I was at school for 11 years, including kindergarten. But then I spent 14 years actually reading and self-educating myself. You learn self-help books, philosophy books, politics, war, health. Grab a biology book and learn about the human body. Learn about the endocrine system and the glands inside your body that produce hormones that regulate your existence. Learn about consciousness, psychology. Learn about religion. I've read nearly all the religious books, and they're all talking about the same thing. They're talking about the spirit world. You don't really have to worry about what's in these books. Think about the people who made them. Where did they get the information from? How did they get that information? And it all, it's like a journey or an adventure. It takes you back to ancient Egypt. Everything goes back to ancient Egypt, the modern world, the Gnostics. And they were heavily focused on raising the Kundalini energy, shifting the consciousness out of the body, going to the spirit world, receiving vast amounts of information, and then bringing it back and trying to reinterpret that to create culture and understanding. And the Archons stuffed it all up, and the ancient Egyptian society that ruled this world for 3,000 years, just like America rules the world now for 500 years. Now, imagine a culture like America, but has been around for 3,000 years. The achievements that they were able to create. These Archons are having a real bad effect on America at the moment. I don't know if you guys know or not, but the perception of America as a collective, not individuals, but as a collective, outside of America is like a joke. Everyone just laughs at America. And it's mostly related to foreign policy, the way the federal government in America treats the rest of the world. And the federal government is heavily corrupt. And, that is a reflection of Archon influence. These
Do you know what is
spirits.
actually that you bringing that up of how other places in the world look at America? Because I live in Canada and I'm like really close to America. Like what is it, like a 6-hour drive maybe to get to the States, and that is very, very close to where I am. So my perception of America is, one, completely ridiculous. Like, there's so much ridiculousness coming out of there, like their TV shows and the things that they're focusing on. And the other one is, I don't want to say fear, but it is. It's more fear for the safety of the people who are there. Because, I mean, how many of you participating right now are in America? Like, the stuff that we're hearing as Canadians, as the information of what your government is doing to you, it's just like, oh my God, how are you not, like, still in civil war right now?
But
like, it's scary.
You have to understand, it's not the government that's doing it to the people. It's the Archons doing it to the government that then is doing it to the people. Now, if you get rid of the unwanted influence, because Archons don't focus on individual people, they only focus on large institutions. And you'll see in the business world, the largest businesses are called groups. You've got one board of directors that are making decisions that influence multiple companies. It's called a group. So as an Archon spirit, all you really need to do is influence a couple of people that are the executives of a group, and then that influence can be spread wider and broader with the tiniest of ease. There's no individual sovereignty anymore. Everything's been amalgamated into groups. It's a pyramid scheme. It's this Illuminati scheme, this New World Order scheme, where you have less at the top and more at the bottom. But that creates a massive weakness, because you only need a couple of bad spirits and they can rule the whole planet.
But Shanna still brought up a very real thing, that the mass population, by far the masses in the States and then in Canada too, to be honest, are so asleep and numb, and they not only not clue into what is happening with domestically and globally, but they actually have a lot of apathy by large as well. So
yeah,
the area that you're touching on there with the Archon influence, spirit influence, what have you, this is not an arena where most people are going to be, fighting the good fight. So
yeah, well, what I'm trying to say is, like, we need to step up. I'm a warrior. I'm like a spiritual warrior, and I take the fight to them. And most people don't even believe in the spirit world. If they say that in a lot of religions, the greatest trick the devil ever performed was to make people believe that he doesn't exist. And just change the words around a bit. It's not about the devil. It's about the archons. It's about these rulers that are in the spirit world that have created the perception that they don't even exist. And yeah, trust me, they're there. They're real. And we were forewarned about them by our Egyptian ancestors 5,000 years ago. And over the last few thousand years, this world as a collective has been turned into a hell. It's been turned into shit. And ever since 2012, when our solar system traversed through the equator of the Milky Way galaxy, it's game on now, because we're in the opposite polarity of energy, and every single... Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, I did not know that. That is so mind blowing.
Yeah. So in different parts of the solar system travels around the galaxy. It takes about 250 million years to do one lap around the galaxy. And on that lap, we go up and down through the equator of the galaxy. And depending on the position of our solar system, has a direct influence on the power of the consciousness as a collective on the planet. And ever since we traversed through the equator, like it started in 2010, the fringe, we went through the middle of it in 2012, and now we're on the other side. Every single spirit that's coming from the spirit world and incarnating into humans, all the babies since 2012, they're from an opposite polarity of every single human that's been on this planet for the last 13,000 years. And they're just like me. They're all warriors. A few of us jumped in the deep end beforehand. I don't know how I managed to get here, but
same.
But yeah, I'm different. I'm not like the other people around me. My awareness is so much more than everyone else, and I don't really have to try that hard. It's a natural ability. And you wait until all the old people are gone from this planet, and all the young people that are just being born now get old. They're going to look back at this timeline, this period of human development, as like a massive stage of suffering and ignorance. And I don't know, it's hard when you know. It's really hard when you know, and you see everyone around you.
Right, Edward. I've been attending like a men's group here in my local town, and today especially really brought this to light because actually among the group, most of them are younger than me. And when I'm looking at like a 17-year-old, for instance, that is finding himself in a position where he's suddenly able to express himself and clear his clutter and get his shit out and get his stuff together. I look at these people and see the power and potential there within them because they don't fit into this traditional clique. Like, it's very obvious, and I think that once they really internalize that as well and start stepping into their own power, I really do look forward to seeing what these young people will accomplish collectively throughout the world, and not just them, but what even like for my own self as well. Going through this process, I've been finding these last few weeks has stirred emotions within me that I have, that as a child were on the surface. But because the box was put on top of me and I was taught this thing was not okay, I shut down my emotional body. And now that it's waking up exponentially by the week, it's actually getting scary to how much intensity comes out. I realize why I shut it all down, because it was so powerful that it was scary to fully step into one's power. And it's really interesting process to undergo because it's enabling this empathy to feel in my body what other people are feeling, to see exactly where they're stuck and be able to say, oh, this is it. But, still honoring the process of people to take ownership of their healing and their putting themselves together and whatnot. It's fascinating.
I think our generation, people say between the ages of 20 and 50, for instance, and probably a stronger emphasis on the younger side of it. What we need to do, this generation, we need to act as support for these new kids that are here, and the babies, that are turning into young children and then adults. We have to be the marker point where the old world's influence stops and we get a fresh start.
Absolutely. I've been doing that. I've been doing that as much as possible. Sorry, go ahead.
There's one activity I think will become popular in the future. I don't know when, but I think it'll become very, very popular. And it's called the dark room meditation retreats. To learn about the inner aspects of being human. To become conscious of your feelings, your thoughts, your emotions. To just sit in darkness. And a little bit of sensory deprivation. It changes the way you think about yourself and the world. And anyone who does meditation, for a few years, like what I have, you know the benefits straight away. When you first start off doing meditation, it's a bit tricky. But once you be consistent, you do it over and over for a few years, then you get it. You really get it, the advantage that it provides. Every day when I'm at work, for 20 minutes in my lunch break, I go and sit down and I close my eyes and I meditate. And all of the people around me that are older just laugh at me like I'm an idiot. And it's really strange because I try and explain to them what I'm doing is resetting my emotional energy. I'm trying to increase my mental capacity to focus and process and comprehend information. And it's as simple as sitting still, closing your eyes, and not going to sleep for 15, 20 minutes a day. And I can outperform all of them. I operate and program computers, machines, and on any given day I operate 3 machines at the same time. And most of these men that laugh at me, they struggle to operate one. And I really put it down to the fact that I know how to balance and harmonize my emotional energy, which allows me to deal with pressure that is outside of their maximum ability. their maximum is kind of like lower than my minimum, and my maximum is not even conceivable for these people. But
it's a typical response of the uneducated and uninitiated to be laughing off externally towards others their own inadequacies.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Most of these people go home and drink themselves stupid each night. Most of them are overweight, and most of them are suffering from some type of depression or mental illness, or they're divorced. They can't keep their emotional, mental energy in balance and harmony to drive their life forward in a positive direction. And eventually they reach a point where people don't want to be close to them anymore. Their lovers don't want to love them anymore because they're mean, and they don't understand why they're mean. And you know, you say, oh, just go and sit in a chair and close your eyes and don't go to sleep for 20 minutes. And trust me, you'll be a happier person for it. And they don't do it. They'd rather just keep living in the delusion of they already know what's going on. And
They
the
know
whole
what's
world.
going on because they're used to their rut and they don't want to get out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, denial is a very powerful emotion, and I've read about other things like in psychology. It's called cognitive dissonance. You know,
Yes.
people create behaviors and habit patterns over a period of time, and then get told that that's bad or that's negative, and you shouldn't do that. But because they've had that behavior for such a long amount of time and created a positive emotional feedback from it, they can't switch. They can't let it go. You know, it's like people who smoke cigarettes. Everyone knows smoking cigarettes is bad for you, but how many people you know that smoke a pack a day, cough their guts up? You go up to them and you say, oh yeah, you shouldn't really do that. And they're like, yeah, I know. And then 5 minutes later, they're having another ciggy.
That's why I was asking earlier about the whole spirit influence with relation to addiction, because that's on a personal level, I recognize that the way that influence is imposed upon me is through food, through eating. And I eat very healthy, actually, very health conscious, but my biggest issue is I will eat until I am stuffed. Like there's this desire to just want to feel full. And I know that this isn't me. And I know that it's not right. And yet there's that strong force coming at me. Saying,
well, I would say like the easiest way to deal with the hard wiring in your brain, the psychological aspect of that. In the spirit, some of the first spirits you meet, it's described in different forms. They're called machine elves. I just call them elves. They're like these really bright and colourful spirits, and they kind of come in and out of you, and they go round and round. And the job of these spirits is to adjust your emotional energy, to start clearing away psychological aspects that have no purpose, no meaningful purpose for your spiritual adventures.
It's like spring cleaning.
It is. They do it for you. They find all the garbage, all the things that are holding you back, all of the aspects of your belief system that serve you no purpose, and you think of it like a cut on your arm, and these little machine elves spirits come along and put a band-aid on it, and they allow you to start healing, and they do it for you with no expectation of anything in return. They just like, okay, your tune-up is complete. Now you're gonna start being happier, and you're gonna live your life better, and you know that'll lead to different things. And if you just keep going back there, they just keep working on you more and more and more. And you know, once you've gone through a certain amount of healing in that regard, then the visions start to become a little bit more involving, and you get to interact in the spirit world to a higher degree. You know, you might go to a city of light here and a city of light there, and you get to see their architecture rather than just being in a small room-like environment. And I remember I was in the spirit world once, and it felt like I was in a stadium, and I was in the middle of the stadium. You know, I was the show. And it's when I go there, they call me the human from Earth, and they don't call me Eddie or anything. They recognise me as the human from Earth, and I was standing in a circle with probably 20 other spirits, and we all looked different. We all had different forms, and we're all holding hands. Our energy was linked together as one, and we're in this stadium, and there was hundreds of thousands of spirits in the audience watching us, and I was there for like 5 minutes, and then my third eye closed, and I was back in this world. But I got the feeling or the sensation that I represented humanity momentarily in this circle. And yeah, very weird, unique experience. But it all stems from these machine elf things fixing up my energy before in the initial stages. You know, and it works both ways. They tune up your mind, your body, and your spirit, and so you can perform better as a human, and you can perform better in spirit mode when you're in their world.
That is so cool.
But it's really cool, you know. But the mainstream people in society, they laugh at you. They're like, man, you're crazy. You know, you need to be.
You're a weirdo.
Yeah, in the nut house, you know.
When you were talking about addictions, and it kind of made me think about something that happened recently, but also addiction seemed to be that we recognize that we are missing something in our lives that we need to like get high, or we need to get higher because we have this feeling that we need to connect, but we don't know what to connect to. And last Saturday, when I wasn't even open at the Spirituality and Youth shop, and this woman walked in because I had left the door unlocked when I walked in, and she walked in behind me, and she said, "I just wanted to tell you something, because the store that's next door is actually like a head shop. So they sell bongs and all the paraphernalia, and she's this little old lady, and she was standing across the street at the bus stop, and she said, I was looking at your stores, and I was looking at the one, and then I looked at yours and thought, hopefully someday those people will make the switch, where they are not looking for the things to feed them drugs, and they're not looking for just that high, but they'll come into your store and they'll talk about the real high of getting spiritual and becoming connected to their higher selves." And that was not something I was expecting a little old lady to walk in behind me and tell me. I was just like, good morning, that is awesome information. That's really cool.
I'll tell you one thing too, that I've learnt via the spirit world about marijuana. When you smoke marijuana or drink THC or eat it in a chocolate or something, or a cookie, it shuts down receptors in your brain that allow archons to influence your consciousness. So it kind of acts like a shield, right? And I'll elaborate on that. I'm sure most people have been around other people who have been stoned before.
Yes.
Right? Usually those type of people are really happy people. They're really easygoing, laid back. The stress in their life is at a minimum. They could be people that have nothing. They could have hardly any material possessions. But these people are ultra happy. Right? And that's a directive from the receptors in your brain that close themselves down to archon influence. Like the way that archons influence the whole world is through a frequency. You think of it like a radio frequency, and your brain is the receiver. And just like you have a transmitter tower and your radio separated by great distances, the way these archons influence the earth is through frequencies. But they need a receiver to receive their transmission. And they're transmitting the lower vibrations, the darker energy, the fear, the depression, the anxiety. And as soon as you close off your receiver, you know, in your brain, and that's what marijuana does, then straight away that influence of that frequency can no longer get into your body. And as a result, you're happy and you laugh and you enjoy life. And you know, but marijuana has its negative aspects too. You know, it doesn't really help your memory. It doesn't really help your motivation. You get a bit lazy.
You know what? It's actually interesting you say that. I spent a lot of time around people who were smoking, not, I won't say an excessive amount, but like pretty regularly, and I did get those happy vibes of, you know, no worries, no stress, and they just lived life happily, even with nothing. Like one of them, he had a surfboard and a van, and he was totally chill and cool, and I found that spending time with those people, I had the same effect. I was absorbing that energy, and I was happy, and I found myself actually wanting to get rid of most of my material possessions, because I realized that the reason that I had them was just, it was feeding something that I felt there was, like, I needed to get more stuff, and in order to be, you know, where I needed to be, I had to own the proper things, and I had to have all the special tools, and I had to have all the fancy books, and I had to have all this stuff. And I actually, over the last 4 or 5 years, I've gotten rid of probably, I'd say, 90% of my belongings. And that's stuff that I didn't have, and I acquired a lot, and then I got rid of a lot. So right now, I still, even now, I'm looking at around, and I'm thinking there are a lot of things I really don't need here, because I'm purging myself of this need to collect physical objects to make myself feel better.
You don't have to collect materialistic objects to create happiness, right? That's where the Buddhism or Tao stuff comes in. You've got to have this non-attachment feeling. You can have as much stuff. You can have as much stuff as you want, but just don't attach yourself to it. You know, if it breaks or it stops working, or you lend it to someone and they never give it back, you know, don't hold resentment. Don't draw a negative emotional reaction from that experience. You know,
I remember.
non-attachment.
You know what? That just brought a memory back to me. I have problems with memory for my personal life. I can remember other people's lives, and I can remember other stuff that people tell me about their lives. But I can never really get my own until other people are speaking, then I get stuff. But I just remember the very first time that I ever practiced non-attachment. I was living in a shelter in Hamilton, and I had a couple of very pretty silver rings that were handmade for me. And I went to take a shower, and the very first time ever that I took my rings off and left them in my room, someone stole them from me. And I mean, I was gone from the room for 30 seconds. I had hid them somewhere where they should not conceivably have been able to find them. I walked out of the room, I walked down to the bathroom and realized the bathroom was gross and I didn't want to have a shower after all. So I went back to the room and they were gone and the person was gone. And I got mad. I got really mad because I was like, how dare you take something of mine that was made specifically for me? That was mine, you know? And then after about 5 minutes, I realized how dumb I sounded because I was like, they're just things. They didn't stab me for them. They didn't injure me. They're just stuff, you know?
Yeah, true. They are just things, you know, but we need things. That's what makes us human.
But that's the thing. I didn't actually need those rings. They were just something that made me feel like I was better than other people. So to me, it was like a cosmic thing. It's like, you know what? You're not actually better than everybody else. You are just a human being, and you can be taken down, and this is how. So we're just going to take away the shiny stuff that's making you feel like you're better than everybody else. And I was like, all right, well, you know, I get that.
I think you're describing that term before. I don't know if it's like neo-human kind of idea, but it's kind of where you differentiate between I am identified or I recognize that this is who I am based on all the things that I have, on all the relationships that I have, on the connections that I have. Like this is what defines me. And then when you stop doing that, when you realize that that's not you, that those are experiences that you're dealing with, and then you develop a knowledge of yourself, really, who are you really, then and then you realize that you're really just God, then you kind of reach this new, it's like, I think it's kind of like unlocking the potentiality of the human blueprint when you begin to adopt that way of being. I'm not gonna say that way of thinking or that way of living, but that way of being, and you make that your regular, then it's like life doesn't phase you, and where you ever feel hindered, and it's like everything's just like, oh, well, now I'm having this experience, and well, that's kind of interesting, and okay, well, I'm done with that, and it's really just kind of like, I don't know, playing with life a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Go with the flow. Just go with the flow. Just take the path of least. Take the path of least resistance. Non-attachment. In the case of losing your rings, from a non-attachment point of view, you could have seen it as an opportunity to get some new rings.
And I did actually. But mine, they were not as ostentatious. They were not big and flashy ones. They were, they were ones that were more humble, and sort of it kind of reflected that in me. And now the practice of non-attachment to things and to people has been an ongoing situation for me for the past couple of years now, where it goes back to the twin flames that we were talking about before, and one was a very, very strong kind of manifestation of that. And then it ended, and I was very attached to it. And I was like, no, this can't end. This has to stay because it's so awesome. But going through that made me, I'm going to say it made me a stronger person now, because now I know that things come and go, and you take your lessons from them. And if you, like I said before, if you practice mindfulness, the messages will come through when they need to, as long as you're paying attention to what's coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you need to very much learn how to listen to your thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
When you said makes you a stronger person, something popped into my head, because I hear people say stuff like that a lot, and it makes me wonder that it's not about becoming a stronger person. It's not about strength at all. It's just about how present are you with yourself. Because really all that's reflecting is the degree of non-attachment to these novelties and things that, there's some filter of perception, we associate particular value to them, even though that value is completely rejected.
For me to say that I feel like I'm a stronger person, it essentially, the way that I was raised was to be a very weak person. So the more that I can affirm that I can actually take care of myself and that I can be strong and deal with the things that life throws at me is actually quite valuable for my own path, because I still have those feelings of I am lesser, I am inferior, and it's something that I struggle with a lot. So to know that I can get through these things by dealing with it the way that I do, the way that I verbalize it is that I become stronger. And I'm not saying stronger as in, I'm tough and powerful. It's that I am more centered and more
resilient.
Yes, I guess so. I was gonna say more committed to my path. That I am going in the right direction when I overcome the terrible things that I've gone through. And I remember, Edward, you were talking earlier about experiences. In the last, I think it's like going through life experiences is what kind of opens you up to new learning and new things that actually are out there. Myself, I've actually said recently that I feel like in the last, I'm going to say about 15 years, I have felt like I have lived through about 45. With the amount of experiences that I have had, I have lived far more than a lot of people that I know. And it's kind of humbling and also kind of awesome, because I'm like, wow, I've been through some crazy stuff.
I feel what you're saying. I'm 34 years old.
So am I.
But in my mind, what I've experienced and the reconnection into the higher aspect of my consciousness, and it's like I'm thousands of years old, and it's hard to make it relative in a human understanding, but I find it really difficult to socially interact with
people my own age and from that have
I have
grown
the
up
same
from
thing.
my generation. I find myself just by myself all the time because it's really hard to fit in when you know what I know and you believe in what I believe in, the value system I've created for myself.
And
No,
that is why
I kind of
this
leave.
community is so valuable, because I find myself connecting more with younger, my son's age, like 15, 14, like people that age to like 20s, early 20s. I can talk to those
Yeah.
people because they're on board. They're on the same wave. They know what's happening, and they intuitively grasp things that are going on. But people my age and older, like, it's very rare to meet older people who are, they're understanding, their understanding of things in the same ways that we get it. It's when
Yeah,
I start talking to them, they look at me like, I'm completely cuckoo, and it's like, I don't know how to say this. Doesn't make me sound like a loony. So you're just gonna have to deal.
Yeah, don't worry, I understand. You just end up with thick skin, when when you have criticism projected at you from everyone and everything for such a long period of time, and you refuse to back down. You refuse to be like them.
You're talking about thick skin. It actually reminds me of a story of the Buddha, who was saying that this man came up to him and he was very angry, and he was heaping all this anger on him, and he couldn't figure out why the Buddha was not getting upset about it. And he just looked at him and he's like, if someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, who does that belong to? It belongs to the person trying to give you the gift. So that's your anger you're dealing with. That's not my anger. I did not accept this anger towards me, so I'm chill. That's exactly it. Like you just if someone is projecting all of this gnarliness on you, you're just like, well, that's your deal. You're the one that has to have a problem with that, so you're the one that has to deal with that. That's not my thing.
Yeah.
That's yours. And if you want me to help you through it, then cool. But you just got to deal with that yourself.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It's that's who they want to be. Well, you accept them. It's like you agree to disagree.
Yes.
Sometimes they won't, but then you just kind of end the conversation and agree to disagree.
That is a thing that actually has been coming up. I was talking about how life gives you lessons and takes you out of your comfort zone when you need to learn things. And for the past 2 years, I'll say for the past 12 years, my mother and I had been at odds about religion. And then for the past 2 years, we've been right on the same wave. And we could communicate with each other. And it used to be for me that I finally understood her lingo. Her personal mythology is Christianity, all right? So I knew that to speak of God, for me, it was to speak of the universe. So I would just use the word God with my mom because that's how she perceived it. So it seemed a little bit false to do it that way, but it's like speaking someone's language in a way that they understand, and conveys to them that you understand what they are trying to say to you, so you're speaking the same language. But then I realized that it's like I am actually a Christian. I just happen to be a more enlightened, I guess, Christian. I don't want to say that because it makes me sound arrogant, and I'm not an arrogant person. But it means like I understand that there's more to life than just, reciting the Bible verses that seem to apply to whatever you're, talking about. But now that I'm at this stage, after the 2 years of me and my mom being totally chill with each other, now we're getting into some snarlies because she is stressed out that I am a Christian druid, because she's like, no, because the Bible says you can't have any other gods before me. I'm like, I don't have any other gods. It's one for me. So, I don't know what you're stressing out about, but I mean, so I'm trying to convey to her that she needs to not get her blood pressure all up. I mean, we're still on the same page. I just happen to be a little bit lower down on the page. It's still, we're still got the same thing going on, but this is a struggle for me now to try to convey to someone who my whole life I was trying to prove that I was as good as her. I was trying to be my mother for a long time in order to get her to love me, because I felt like she didn't. If I was not acting like her, she didn't love me and I was not good enough, so I had to constantly prove to myself that I was good enough for her to love me. And over the
Sounded
last
like my mother.
after the last 5 years, like during this whole time that I've been evolving and learning and changing and transforming into who I am, and who I want to be, all of this time I've been like, you know what? I don't have to do that anymore. I don't have to prove to my mother that I am good enough. I know that I'm good enough. But now it seems like it's happening again. Like she's trying to like pull me back into that. Like, you're not doing this right. You need to do it this way because this is the way it has
They
to be
will.
done. And
They will. My mother does that to me too. She saw me post something the other day that was spiritual. I let her be my friend on Facebook, and she only does it. She only wanted to be my friend on Facebook. She could stalk me and see what I was doing.
oh my gosh.
And I knew that, you know. And I posted something spiritual, and yeah, like half an hour later, I get a phone call off her saying, "What's all this nonsense on Facebook I'm reading? Do you know people can read this?" Oh my God, Mum, get over it, will you?
Yeah.
I'm happy in my own skin. I am who I want to be, and you need to accept that, you know. And if you don't like it, then don't read it.
Yeah, I actually am getting to that point now. My mom told me that my sister and her were having issues because of the same things, but my sister is more of the, you know, she says she's a Christian, but sometimes some of the stuff she posts is like, I don't know about that, man. It's not very you know, harmonious with the world, and it's kind of you're perpetuating some bad stuff right there. And so I call my sister out on it all the time, and it's private though. My mom is not private when she's all comments and statuses, and it's just like, oh, there's too much interaction right there. But I mean, it's my sister is already at that point where she doesn't want to talk about religion at all with my mother. I am still willing to do that because, like, as I said, we believe the same things. It's that she just has a smaller worldview on it. So sometimes I do employ that. If I doubt my mom's listening, but I do employ that the filter that says, you know, do not show to certain people, because I know that I'm just gonna end up with like bad vibes, and I don't want that. I mean, she's my mom, and I love her, and I you know, family. You don't need to bring that in. So it's like, you know, the problem I think they have is that they feel like they screwed up their lives and they want to fix it in you. And I understand that. Like, you know, parents do that because, I mean, I've found myself doing it a couple of times with my son, and he just looks at me and he's like, "Don't try to fix me, Mom, I'm good." I'm like, "Okay."
Yeah.
Because, I mean, he catches it too. We just kind of look at each other and we're like, wait a second. So it's like, it's totally understandable. Yeah. So I understand why she's doing it, and I think that actually helps me accept who she is more than, you know, than I was before. Because before it was just like, God, why are you so like this? You know, and now it's just like, okay, well, I understand that you're like this, and I understand there are certain things that we can't talk about again. So, you know, until she gets to where she needs to be to accept who I am, then that's her problem, really.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I'm not saying it with attitude, but that really is. I'm trying not to let it be my problem, and that's the struggle for the last few days now. So I think
it sounds to me like you're very self-empowered.
I've had to be. It's been a really eye-opening past couple of years. Like, I've gone through. I was very isolated for a full year. I actually do not remember 2013 at all. That whole year I was very isolated, and I basically just was inside myself and inside my head and dealing with all of the stuff that I was dealing with. So I think that whole year of kind of self-imposed isolation was sort of like my cocoon stage. And now
it sounds like you found yourself. You know?
Yeah.
You figured out who you want to be.
Yeah. Actually, one noteworthy thing happened in 2013. I can't say I don't remember the year because one thing did happen. That was my father died. But my father he's my role model. He's my hero. He was the guy who told me, always be yourself, question everything, even the Bible. Question everything you're told. Always look for yourself to find your own answers. Find joy in the world. Seek truth. Be yourself. Like that was always, and everything was all about love. Love and faith and truth. And that was everything that he taught me like my whole life. And before he passed away, I met up with him before he went into the hospital. And I told him, I said, thank you. Thank you for being the good parent. Thank you for what you taught me, because you taught me this and this. And I told him all of those things, and he started to cry. He said, I didn't think I changed anybody's life. He said, you and your sister both came to me and thanked me for doing, just being me. I was just being me and just, you know, projecting into the world the hope that others could learn from what I had learned. And thank you for validating that. Thank you for telling me that I have made a difference. And 6 months later, I got a Facebook message from my son actually, and said that he was in a coma. And so we drove for 10 hours to Quebec to go to the hospital, and he was in a coma. But when I walked into the room and said his name, he woke up. And
awesome.
I was there for 2 days, and at 9 a.m. on a Sunday in May, it was beautiful. I was holding his hand, and I was kind of dozing because I had been awake for 2 days, and his breathing had changed. And I looked up, and the clouds in the sky around the rising sun looked like angel wings. And I was just like, wow, that looks amazing. I wonder where my camera is. And then I fell back asleep. But 2 seconds later, I woke up because my father was holding my hand, and he grasped my hand. He held my hand. Like I could feel him holding my hand instead of just his hand laying there. And I looked up, and his breathing stopped as soon as I looked at him. And he died. But he died. He was gone. He died at 9 a.m. And I cried for about 5 seconds. And I did not cry again until November 28th in 2014, because I cried in front of Brendan. That was a good experience. But when I called my mom and I told her that he had passed, she's like, he always wanted to be with the angels in time for church, and 9 a.m. is the time to go. And I was just like, okay, that's cool. It was a cool thing, but I mean, it was definitely an eye opener, because he had cancer, and I hear people joking about cancer a lot, and I'm just like, guys, until you experience it, you know, you're just gonna sound like assholes.
Yeah, I know. You don't really know.
Yeah, you don't know it until you experience it, and that fits for everything.
Yeah, true. I'm gonna have to. I promised my wife I'm gonna cook dinner tonight, and she's like, "You better start cooking." So it's 5:45 here in the evening, so yeah, I've got to go start cooking dinner.
Oh wow! All right.
This is the first time that I've ever kind of done a video chat with spiritual people before. Is this like a regular thing that you guys do on the internet, or?
We don't always do it in this format, but it's quite possible that we may be getting into the habit of doing it more.
I would love to, because I apparently like to talk.
Yeah, usually the radio show is like a podcast format that's like 2 hours schedule on Sundays, but yeah, we change it up. So. And,
traditionally, Brendan, you always did the after parties after the show, and which was just like this.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That plus the radio show followed by this, but it wasn't always like as whatever. Yeah. Not as prominent.
So, what would be the best way for me to link back into a conversation again?
I send you a friend request on Facebook, so I mean, even just keep an eye on my profile, but also the Facebook page. So facebook.com/paradigm.
I would like to add you, Edward, on Facebook too, because I think we have stuff that we can talk about.
I've got my profile hidden on Facebook. I'm just looking at it now. I haven't got a friend request or anything. I don't know if you sent it to the right Eddie Grace.
Is yours facebook.com/Eddie.Grace1?
No.
Are you sure?
You just sent it to some random.
No, I'm pretty sure that's it, because it says like Australia.
Is that it?
Like with the flower.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the flower life symbol. Yeah.
I can't send you a friend request though. Like I sent you a message though. That's what I meant.
Oh.
Check your like
yeah.
others, because yeah, I can't send.
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's in the other. It's probably because of my profile settings. I got the security settings on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got your message here. If I click on your name, that'll bring up your one,
Cool.
and I'll go add as a friend. So yeah, a friend request should come from me now.
Woohoo!
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
But if I go on my profile and then copy the URL, copy.
Is it Eddie.great?
I posted.
Yeah, we got it here. It's in the chat, like the typing chat.
Oh, the chat bit
Yeah.
at the bottom. Oh, yeah, sweet. Because I don't really use Facebook for kind of spiritual things because my whole family's linked into it and my whole family are atheists and just pay out on me when I'm.
Yeah.
Coming.
Okay, you should go make dinner so you don't get shouted at anymore.
We'll chat later. That was really good.
It was lovely talking to you.
We're gonna end the broadcast now. So.
All right.
Cool. Let's all do
absolutely.
that. All right, so let's all end the broadcast as Eddie's leaving. So Eddie, join us in saying goodbye to the internet. So until next time, internet. Bye. We love you.
Bye, interwebs.
ParadigmShiftCentral.com and all that good stuff. See you next time. One love. Peace.
Love.